Oh, jeez. Nice job, OBS. Glitching out on me. Hello, hello. Where's my mic? Okay. Sammy boy. Sammy boy.
Hello, what happened?
I don't know.
You lose connection? Well, me, was it?
Ah, no, it wasn't you.
I wasn't sure
Alrighty, alrighty.
if the stream was affected or if it was just me.
Everything back in order?
I think so.
Okay. We were just talking to Diggins here. We don't want to miss it.
Yep.
Just
Best part.
Dickens, my lady. And Miss Hella is indeed in the yellow room.
We love Diggins. Alright.
Higgins is the best.
I expect we can find a bed for our valet in the servants' quarter.
You guys can hear the game, right?
Sure, they can hear the game.
I'm praying and hoping.
Well, doesn't matter when Ace is talking or whatever, but when Diggins is on, make sure it's loud and clear.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mr. Diggins, that's not Ella's servant. It's her boyfriend.
I cringe every time my lines come up. I
Bossy!
don't like it.
Mr. George isn't my boyfriend. He's my
I
boss.
don't like hearing my own voice.
You brought your boss to a weekend that's supposed to be fun? Ella. Still the same. Always working. I suppose you two won't be sharing a room then?
Definitely not.
Mr. Diggins, do we have another guest room for Mr. George, was it?
Why do I keep thinking his name is Henry? Never remember. It's George. I'm not George. I'm Pig Detective.
I'm Pig Detective.
Just Dickens, my lady. And the guest rooms are all taken, I'm afraid. Perhaps Mr. George can room with Mr. Happy?
Mr. Happy? Always room with Mr.
They
Happy.
both look like they are used to simple
help it.
accommodations.
Well, if nobody has any objections. But Ella, you must be freezing. Let's get you to your room. The front duck will show you your quarters, Mr. George.
It's not Mr. George, it's Pig Detective. I'm a private investigator.
Dear me, how enterprising of you. Well, if you feel like detectiving around, indulge yourself. There is a lot to look at in this house.
How are you, Harold?
Harold. Is the game audio echoing or anything? I seem to have two sources picking it up.
That means they get to hear my lines twice. That's good.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to do a mic check, I guess. No one's answering. What happened to Donnie? I seem to be muted.
That means they get to hear my lines twice. That's good.
No, I'm not muted. Alright, chat's gonna troll. Alright, alright. I get you. I see how it is. Find
But
your
I don't
room.
want to go and find my room right now.
I don't want to go to
Offered
my
them so I
room.
could look around the house all I want.
You've been a
Well,
naughty boy. Go to your
I
room
do. The room can wait.
now.
Look around with the R. The hard R.
By the way, this game is so well put together.
It's like a
But
proper AAA title.
it really is. Well, AAA at least. Like you can see this on the store, and it's just like everything just works. It's so good.
I'm supposed to find my room with the map.
No, because the rooms appear as you discover them.
Diggins.
You are not dressed for dinner, sir.
Yes.
Please go and change into something more suitable.
Yes, PSM worthy. Oh, that's a blast from the past.
I need my suitcase.
Your foot duck ran off with my suitcase.
Your suitcase has been taken upstairs to your room.
Necktie. There's a couple of Bob Rosses in here.
So many knickknacks.
Harold,
in
how
this
many
household.
characters did you voice? Because I could swear
Please
that
try not to break anything.
I can hear your voice in a few characters.
Do you know where my room is?
Oh, what? Me? Oh, just a housemaid, sir. Mrs. Honey is the housekeeper. She manages the rooms and such. Nothing to do with me. Please let me go on with my dusting. If you want to have a bit of a natter, Mildred is doing the music room at the moment.
Character, yeah.
She is always running her mouth about something or other.
I see no stream. What?
Is Sean trolling again? The stream's up and running. Fine. It could either be Sean's side or he's trolling.
Refresh.
Refresh that. Biatch. Back.
We found the washroom. It looks
They,
very ritzy.
Yes.
Just gonna check the sink for any paraphernalia. Looks nice, clean.
The duck maids are doing their job.
No
Good.
horrific visions here.
By the way, something that really confused me playing this. There's a scene where
Well, Boffington Hall.
there's like
You
a
must
lake,
be joking.
and it was
I
like
only
ducks
just
on the lake.
inherited the place.
So it was like, what is it?
Are you confused by the feral animals
Hmm.
existing in the
Exactly.
anthro animal world? There's obviously paintings of them.
Yeah, look, birds.
Birds, statues.
But I am telling you, as your lawyer, milady. There is no other way. Your affairs are in a terrible state. Selling the house is the only way to avert financial doom. Now, I can find a buyer for you, but you must act quickly.
Alright. Tell me if the audio improves or anything throughout the game.
Sell the house tonight? It is full of guests. Besides, everybody's expecting to have a great weekend here. I'm sure you can find another solution. You just need to look into my affairs a little more.
But, milady, what are you looking at?
If that was a private conversation, why were they having it on the main stairs in the first place?
Oh, breaking the fourth wall.
Nice. I got 2 detective points now. You're catching up to me.
Yeah, I'll be there before long. You just watch yourself. Oh, wow, the grand washroom. This is a
It's
hangar.
beautifully made. Yes, it's beautifully made. You thank Harold's for that.
I'm a vampire.
Did Ledbetter do all the paintings? Because it's like the sheer amount of paintings in this game, really,
Poor
really
overworked
impressive.
individuals. Alright, we gotta flush all the toilets. That's the plan here. Pineapple. Another Bob Ross.
Paintings are so good. They're so good.
Nice to have you here, Sean.
Excuse me? How many times do I have to tell you
Who's
people,
Domney?
don't bother me in my room?
Alright, this is...
I don't need help dressing. I can fill my own bathtub. And I don't want my curtains drawn.
But I'm looking for my room.
Out! Get out! Now! Leave! I warned you.
Oh, excuse me.
Get out!
Wow. Mr. Casey Jones.
Yeah, he's pretty good at voice acting. He's almost as good as me. He's not
Almost,
quite there yet,
almost.
but you know.
He'll get there.
Oh, you did the landscapes. Didn't have you? Oh, you do a lot of painting, didn't you? You used to paint sculpts. Well, I'm not saying used to. You probably still do.
What
Nice work.
world? How did I end
What about the?
up in the staircase again?
This is the
There you are, finally.
the servants.
Did I find my room?
I'm looking for my room. Are you the foot dog? The one that ran away with my suitcase?
Yes.
That would be me, sir. And this here is your room. Between us working class animals, they should not have put you in the attic at all. This is where the servants live.
Attic.
But there has been sad management, and too many guests have been invited for this weekend. This would not have happened when old Lord Reginald was alive.
Well, we do have a hostess who's new to all this.
He never invited anyone, let alone journalists and miracle workers and big game hunters and... What is it that you do?
I'm a detective.
I'm a private investigator.
That sounds thrilling, sir. Will you be working this weekend? All the other guests are. The journalist is writing an article about the ghost of Grunewald Woods. The lawyer is looking into the state of the family affairs. The medium will be conducting seances. And the big game hunter is here to hunt for the beast of Boffington. What an exciting weekend, eh?
Very exciting. But I'm not here to work. My secretary is a school friend of the new Lady Boffington. I was invited to meet her and her new gentleman friend. I think Miss Ella wants me to suss him out a little bit. That hardly counts as working.
Gentleman friend? Oh, you mean Theodore Vane. Good luck trying to figure him out. He locks himself into his room all the time and refuses to be looked after, even by the valet. If that peacock is a gentleman, I'm an earl. Well, time to dress for dinner, sir. Diggins doesn't like to wait, and it is almost 7 o'clock.
Oh no. Jeez. I guess this is the end game already.
Yep.
Like, oh, just into your room whenever you're ready to end the game.
Any tips you can give Casey? He's almost there, Casey. Just need to relax a little bit, you know, and voice from your chest, and just you know, a bit more powerful. You know what I mean? It comes, a lot of it's natural, so you can't teach that. You know.
Who are you, and what are you doing in my kitchen?
That's the demo.
I'm Pig Detective.
I'm Pig Detective?
He's so obsessed with his room even though he already found it.
A detective. Are you here to investigate the breakage?
What breakage?
What breakage, he asks. The breakage concerning our brand new refrigerator, of course. It is such a scandal. Bustings and burglaries wherever you turn. First, Mr. McTurpin's greenhouse, now my kitchen. Is nothing safe in this world, I ask you?
Actually, I'm just looking for my room.
Well, go look somewhere else then. I'm in the middle of dishing up here.
I think he's just using his room as an alibi. Like, oh, don't mind me, I'm just exploring the entire house looking for my room.
Don't need any distractions while I'm cooking. Cooking is an art form and it requires concentration. Get out of my kitchen.
Get out of my kitchen! Oh, we're back in here again. I knew I was this way before. I didn't go in the kitchen earlier though. Okay, what's your deal?
Excuse me? Do you know where I can find my room?
Well, it's not through here. Nothing but below stairs back there. Below stairs is for servants. And you're not a servant, are you? You're a guest. You came with that lady mouse who's a friend of her ladyship, right?
I'm with Miss Ella.
I'm here with Miss Ella. She's the proper guest. I'm just sort of an appendix.
Well, you should go to your room and get ready for dinner anyway. You can't go to dinner dressed like that. You look like something the cat dragged in.
A billiard room.
What are you still doing here? Get out of my kitchen.
Say what? Kitchen? I'm in a madhouse. I'm in a madhouse. I thought I saw some kind of... this my room again? Yeah.
Yep. Right, time to end the game.
Is he just blocking my way? I can't go anywhere. Oh.
I was told this is my room.
Well, hello there to you too. Looks like we're bunking together. My name is Happy, Trigger Happy from Cowboy Town. Pleased to meet you. And you might be?
Feels like an Ace Attorney game. Pig
Never
detective.
played.
I'm Pig Detective.
A detective? Out here? Are you investigating something?
Ha, I hope not. I'm just here with Miss Ella to spend the weekend. She says I work too much, so no investigating for me, I'm afraid.
Don't panic. That's just a fuse blown. Happens all the time in this shack. Pretty old house. I'll leave you the lights, seeing as you'll need to get dressed for dinner. It's downstairs next to the breakfast room. You can't miss it. I'll see you there.
What were you doing in here? Oh. Alrighty. Can I grab the candle?
I should change for dinner.
Oh wow. Luxurious.
Yes. Just a barrel to have a bath in.
Spared no expense. Do I go somewhere else to change? Where's my suitcase?
Your suitcase is where your suitcase is.
Oh, to the foot of the bed.
Miss Ella was kind enough to
Like,
pack my tuxedo.
Where
I
else
guess I'd
would you have your
better wear it,
suitcase?
even if it does make me look like a penguin.
I don't know.
You get ready for this.
I'm ready.
Looking good,
Wow.
George.
Wow. He's got hair.
When I see this, like, I'm not sure if I like him without his hat.
He's got hair.
Oh, his little ears. Look at his little ears.
He's got ears.
Oh, little piggy ears.
I don't think Ella's gonna recognize him.
Hello?
Oh.
Who goes there? Hello? You there, wait for me! Why don't they hear me? Hello? That's strange, why aren't they responding? I shouldn't linger. Dinner must have started already. Hello? Are you up there? Hello? Where are you? I must be up here somewhere.
Investigation time.
It's empty.
Empty.
It's locked.
Locked. Don't think they have enough plumbing in this house.
Oh, 7 o'clock already. It's dinner time. I should really hurry up and get downstairs for dinner.
Locked. Empty. This won't do.
It's locked.
No. Unbelievable.
Absolutely.
Is it barred from the other side?
Just so many questions.
Locked. Empty. Barred from the other side.
Oh, I don't like this tight corridor.
Yes. Well, this is the attic, so you know,
Huh.
for the paupers.
Gonna trap me in an infinite loop any minute now.
This is Silent Hills demo.
What in the...
It's locked. They must have gone down to dinner. It's locked. They must have gone down to dinner.
Down. How do I get down? Here we go. Why haven't the servants lit anything?
Dad jokes in the chat.
You gave me such a fright, sneaking around the house in the dark. Why aren't you in the dining room with the others?
Why aren't you lighting some dang candles?
I would love to join the others in the dining room, but it's difficult to find the way in the dark.
Speaking of which, dinner will be over soon, and I really need the light back on so the girls can do the washing up.
Oh, that's my problem, is it?
Can you do me a favor and fix the fuse? It's down in the basement, and I'm not going there in the dark. I'm far too chicken.
She was telling you to go to the kitchen not too long ago. Now she wants your help.
I got no idea where I'm supposed to be going. Oh, the map just popped up to say, you dumbass. I'm right here. Oh, wait, here it is.
Aha! Fuse number 6 has blown. That accounts for the complete darkness in the house, all right.
Okay, gotta find a fuse. Not in brick wall. They didn't give me a fuse, did they? Oh, here it is.
There you are, little fuses.
Inventory. Use. Hello? Oh. And they customized my imp. It's imp follower.
Well, that was remarkably easy.
Yeah, something Diggins should have been doing.
I'm too busy sorting out the meals, mate. Come on.
Uh-huh.
Give this butler a break.
Man, George is bow-legged.
I shouldn't linger.
Ambling along. I think his pants don't fit right.
There you are. What
Bit
took you
tight
so
in a
long?
certain area.
I was almost convinced the Beast of
Poor
Boffington
old
got
guy.
to you down in that basement.
Investigate.
Beast.
No time to chat. They're almost done in the dining room. There is her ladyship now, on her way to the music room.
Then I said, listen, Buster, that is for me to know and for you to find out.
Oh, Theodore, you're always so smart and so funny.
Oh, I know, my little pineapple. I know.
Better hurry up if you want to get some dinner into ya. Diggins is always very keen on cleaning up the table after a meal.
Oh, is he?
You might be able to pinch yourself some leftovers if you hurry.
That's the quickest dinner in history of having dinner.
Mm-hmm. Should have been quicker changing that fuse, mate.
Alright, apple snack.
Ah, there you are, old hoss. Finally found your way downstairs? The ladies were missing you at dinner, you know. That Ms. Ella of yours is a capital mouse. I prefer Lady Boffington, though. Great bird. Don't know what she sees in Theo, but I guess that's just life. Anyway, if you hurry up, you might still manage to grab some grub before they take it all away. What a lifestyle. Servants for everything.
Mr. George, where have you been? You missed a very delicious dinner.
It was very atmospheric, too. We had to dine by candlelight because there was a power outage. Such a romantic setting.
I don't believe you two have met. Miss Parker, this is Mr. George. Miss Parker is a journalist for Modern Mouse magazine. Mr. George is my boss.
I'm pleased to meet you. Call me Pig Detective. Only Miss Ella calls me Mr. George.
Aren't you hungry at all, Mr. George? There are plenty of leftovers, but the staff is already clearing them away.
Oh, in that case, I better go and get some.
Leftovers. I feel so loved.
And make sure to speak more distinctly this time. It's not very convincing if nobody can hear what you're saying.
We've got company.
Attention! Who told you it is all right to sneak up on people's private conversations?
I got to smack you right in the smacker.
Who are you anyway?
I'm Pig Detective. Pleased to meet you.
A detective? Pleased to meet me? Fancy that, I cannot pretend I am pleased to meet you, Mr. Pig Detective.
Yes.
But it seems it can't be helped. Now please go away and detect something else. There is nothing interesting going on here, I can assure you.
Yeah, I believe it.
Didn't you hear the man? Go away. Stick your snout into someone else's business.
Oh.
Dinner is over, sir. You have just missed it.
My favorite character. Fuse.
I was delayed. The cook asked me to change a fuse down in the basement.
Oh, so we have to thank you for our enlightened situation, sir. We are most grateful.
Finally, some goddamn appreciation around here.
The power situation in this ice isn't the best, I'm afraid. Electricity is still quite new to us. His lordship only had it installed after his return from the icy pole.
Didn't you have candles lit then?
That's an interesting story.
Isn't it just? His lordship used to be against electricity his whole life. It was all paraffin lamps and cooking on an open fire in this house. But when he came back from the pole, he could hardly wait to electrify everything from the set to the roof. But Do take some dessert, sir, and then join the others in the music room. There is going to be evening entertainment, I understand. Her ladyship is going to sing. You don't want to experience that on an empty stomach.
Okay, is that a compliment or a warning?
I don't care for dinner anyway, as long as I can have the pudding. If it was up to me, I'd have cake for dinner,
Some
lunch,
quality
and
voice
breakfast.
acting there.
Yep. And he was never seen again.
This pastry buffet has been plundered, but there's still some very delicious looking choices left. Now, what to take?
I'm gonna have to go with strawberry.
Jam-filled Pictoria sponge. Such
Yummy.
a classic. Do I have enough already? One more can't hurt.
I'm also gonna have to say
A simple cream horn. Sometimes the simplest things are the best things. Do I have enough?
and also
I don't mind if I do. It's lemon meringue
lemon
pie.
meringue.
I was expecting pineapple pie.
Can beat a bit
at
of
least it's
lemon
yellow.
meringue.
Do I have enough?
I'll leave that one for Digby.
This one just looks too good.
Big B.
Yep.
Who's that?
Digging.
Who's that? Get my name right.
What the F? What happened?
Oh, he's broke the game.
I'm stuck.
They never expect anyone to say no. You're the first person to do it. No.
I broke the game by saying no.
Just lick it.
Where's your imp? Oh,
Oh yeah, yeah. Just resend to your imp.
it didn't give me the prompt that. Okay, here we go.
A choc
There
nut
you go.
cream horn. The only thing that can make a cream horn better is chalk and nut. Oh, looks like there isn't any more. I
See,
should go and
you
join
have
the
no
original
choice
music
then.
room, like the butler said.
Well, yeah. They just make sure that you have to grab everything. All right. I'll just gorge myself.
Mr. George, finally. What took you so long? Are you sure you have enough cake on your plate?
No. That's all they had.
Now get a move on. The others are waiting for us in the music room. You're in for a treat, Mr. George. I think Boffy is going to sing for us.
Treat indeed. That pink fluff ball has done nothing but sing her head off for the last 3 evenings in a row. I'm going to my room to have a lie down. I have a headache.
Pink fluffball? That's not a very kind way to speak about one's employer. If I were Boffy, I'd fire him immediately. But I guess she needs a lawyer to sort out her affairs. Ah, I hear the piano. They're starting without us. Come on, Mr. George.
What the?
Mr.
Oh.
George!
I'm
Come
gonna
in,
miss the
Miss
singing
Ellen.
now.
This bit, I'm still working on. I just need to figure out a rhyme for. Oh, you know.
Huh.
That's Lady Boffington's new boyfriend. The relationship is still new, they're quite the lovebirds. His name is Theodore Vane. Isn't he a dream bird? Apparently, they met quite by accident. Mr. Vane was travelling with Mr. Happy, who's a famous big game hunter. When Mr. Happy decided to come to Boffington
Finally
Hall to
gets
take
to
a
eat
shot at the
Nick.
famous beast, Mr. Vane just came along. Quite a romantic story, wouldn't you say?
So what were you up to in Cowboy Town, fellow traveler? If you don't mind me asking.
Me? I was looking for gold. but there wasn't any. So it's back to the road for me. Where are you headed then?
Boffington Hall in Wienerwald Woods. There have been sightings of a truly magnificent beast there. I am a big game hunter, you know.
Boffington Hall? How interesting. Says here in the newspaper that the old Lord Boffington has died, and that his heiress is a very pretty young lady flamingo.
That's the one.
Well, well, well. I have half a mind to join you there, my friend. What is your name?
My name's Happy. Trigger Happy. Big game hunter.
Vane. Theodore Vane. Gold digger.
Pleased to meet you, new friend. Boffington Hall, here we come.
And this is how he met Lady Boffington, and it was love at first sight. He told me in an interview that he never wants to leave here again. Or did he say leave her again? Oh, I must check my notes. Anyway, isn't that just the most romantic story you ever heard?
Oh, yeah. Is she asleep?
I've sang a song or two, but to me, this one is new.
Two asleep. Oh,
For you see, I found a love so true that makes my heart cuckoo, with feathers and a beak that I adore. I always dreamed I'd have a turn of luck, meet a man so wonderful. Then he flew into my life. Now I'm a lady.
Does he seem a little shady?
Call me crazy that I would have everything to live a life of opulence. I was made for flamboyance, an unexpected inheritance. What marvelous coincidence! Oh. Trading fishnets for caviar, but I'll always be a star. Flaming flora welcomes you.
Nightclub singer turned lady. What an inspiring story, don't you agree?
Your ladyship, the great Hocus Pocus is ready to receive you in the parlour now. Only he doesn't call it the parlour, he calls it the seance room. Whenever your ladyship is ready.
Splendid timing, Mr. Diggins.
Just Diggins, m'lady.
Whatever. Shall we go, everyone? The exciting part of the evening is about to begin.
I've been looking forward to this all night. Never seen a real ghost before.
A ghost? All ghosts.
Well, now that Mr. Pig Detective's stuffed with cake.
Welcome, welcome to an evening of mystery and enlightenment. I hope we all are in the right spirit for some spiritualism.
What ghost?
If any of those gathered here do not believe in the sublime, I recommend them to make themselves superfluous right now. This is aimed at you especially, Mr. Happy, in case you had not noticed.
Oh, don't mind me, Mr. Podargus. I'm fine. It's not that I don't believe in ghosts, you see. It's just that they give me the heebie-jeebies. I'm not afraid of anything that I can shoot, but something tells me you cannot shoot a ghost. Not a big fan of that. Not at all.
Very well, then. I am mollified. You may stay, and you might make yourself useful and turn out the light.
I'm so sorry. I'm very easily startled.
Well, I'm not, and I'm not scared of the dark either.
Oh, in that case, just wait until he calls up the ghost, Ella. Darling, it's so creepy, even you might get a little thrill.
Silence! I will not. As you so quaintly put it, call up the ghost. The conjuring of a ghost is a highly supernatural matter, and not at all comparable to a mundane telephone call. It requires all participants to be in awe, and most of all in silence. So be silent, and let me conjure up the ghosts in peace. Whoa! We have gathered together on this rainy night to contact the ancient spirit that lives in this house. Spirit, can you hear me? If you can hear me, give me a sign. Silence! It appears we have contact. It appears there is a spirit in the room with us. What does the spirit mean us well? Spirit, if you mean us well, knock 2 times.
3 times.
But that was 3 times, not 2 times, 3 times.
What does it mean? Knocking 3 times instead of 2.
Silence! I will ask the spirit what it means by knocking 3 times instead of 2. Spirit, what do you mean by knocking 3 times instead of 2?
It means anger. I'm angry. I'm very angry.
I'm communicating with the spirit. I can feel what it feels. And what it feels is anger. The spirit is angry.
But I don't understand. Why is the spirit angry? What have we done to make it angry?
Silence! I will ask the spirit why it is angry. Spirit, why are you angry?
People. There is people in my house. I don't like people. I don't want people in my house. Go away. Go away or... Ooh.
The spirit is now revealing the cause of its anger to me. The spirit does not want you here. You must leave. Leave or terrible things will happen. Leave, Miss Buffy, leave or...
Ooh.
Ah, this is highly unexpected.
What happened? Did it break? Trigger, old rooster, could you turn on the light?
No lights, I'm afraid. Lightning must have blown the main fuse this time.
The spirit has chosen to end its communication with us tonight. The spirit has left. Here I remain to remind you of its message. The message is, leave. You must all leave this house at once. Leave or terrible things will happen. Terrible, terrible things.
Who disturbs me in my eternal slumber? Is it time for tea already?
Oh, look, Ella. We're lucky. The spirit is still here, and it wants tea. Can we get tea? Mr. Diggings! Can someone bring for Mr. Diggings?
Silence! This is highly irregular. The communication has ended. What you see is not the spirit. It is the figment of your imagination. We have received our message. We must leave the room immediately. First the room, then the house.
I should certainly say so. Who are you people? What are you doing in my house? And where is Diggings? I want my tea.
I'll go see if I can unearth Mr. Diggins, Mr. Ghost. You stay put. Damn ghosts give me the screaming ninnies every time.
Do get comfortable, please, Mr. Ghost. Mr. Diggings will be here in a minute, I am sure.
It's just Diggings, not Mr. Diggings, you pink fluff ball. Who are you, anyway?
Well, I used to be plain old Flora Boffington, but apparently I'm Lady Boffington now. Isn't that a hoot? I do hope you aren't too angry with us for being in the house. You didn't mean it about leaving, did you? That would be a frightful nuisance. Because since I'm Lady Boffington now, I kind of live here now.
Of all the cheeky things I have heard, you are Lady Boffington? You? You are just a cheaply dressed, badly groomed, ordinary...
Silence! Nobody communicates with the spirits but me.
Are you ready for tea then, milady?
I'm sure we could all use some tea right now. Mr. Diggings, would you be so kind and serve it in the drawing room?
Buffy, can we have a word, please? Mr. George, you as well. I suspect strange things are afoot at Buffington Hall.
Well, what is it, Ella? Is something the matter?
The matter? Yes, Buffy dear. Something is certainly the matter. It seems to me that there's more here than meets the eye. Something's very off about that seance.
Was it? Oh, I knew it. This is exactly why I invited you here. You always seem much clearer in these kind of things than I possibly can, Ella.
I don't know, Miss Ella. It seemed like a perfectly fine seance to me.
I agree with Pig Detective. Run of the mill, basically. Very cut and dry. Do you think so?
Yeah.
Mr. George, you shouldn't say such things before you've properly investigated.
I guess she's right. We must investigate. For the children.
For the kids. The kids, man.
It's too spooky. It's my free weekend.
But, Miss Ella, I'm not even equipped for proper investigation work. I didn't even bring my magnifying glass with me.
Gasp. You can't investigate without a magnifying.
Well, never mind that, Mr. George. Here's your magnifying glass.
Oh, Miss Ella. Always prepared.
What kind of assistant would I be if I didn't bring your equipment? Now go and investigate. I'm sure you can find something of interest in this room.
Now that I have my trusty magnifying glass, I can do some proper in-depth investigating.
It's time for detective mode.
Yeah, boy.
What's this?
I love detective mode.
Earn. How gruesome. Adelheid Buffington.
Well, how interesting.
He just left us for all speculation.
What do we have here?
Get that magnifying glass out.
How interesting. Huh.
Smoke. Scream.
A little trickster. How many detective points have you got now?
Interesting.
That's a crazy looking goose.
I think this is my great-great-aunt Adelheid.
The nose is a little bit
When
sus, if
Uncle
you ask me.
Reginald was young, she is the one who had the pool table removed from this room. She didn't approve of frivolous
No comment.
pastimes, apparently. Do you reckon this is why she haunts this room? It is her ghost we are talking to, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure it is. You are the detective, Mr. Pink Detective.
I don't know about that. Well, let's go talk to Ella.
Miss Ella, I think I'm done investigating this room.
Well done. And what is your conclusion?
My conclusion? I suppose I need to have a little think about that.
You should definitely have a little think, Mr. George. Why don't you find a place where you can do that? You know, somewhere peaceful and quiet.
That's a great idea.
Find a quiet place to think. Okay, well, I'll just sit in this chair.
I need to find a better place to
No.
think.
Where do you do most of your thinking, Donnie?
Right in the middle of the foyer. Let's try investigating.
Well, interesting.
Get that magnifying glass, mate, man.
What do we have here?
Showing off their pink legs. Man, those legs are long.
Doesn't tell me anything new.
That must be some tall grass.
I haven't seen a natural spectacle like that since the day the green glowy things fell down from the sky back in Cowboy Town.
The green glowy thing.
They said it was unnatural then, and I say it's unnatural now. I swear that I just saw something out there in the lightning. Something that's out of this world.
Did you? I don't see anything but rain.
Well, if that's the case, then you're not looking, partner. But I'm guessing you're not a hunter. What people forget about hunting is that a lot of it is lying in wait. Patiently, being on lookout, preparing yourself. Then, when the moment is right, you strike.
Right.
What
I'll
Nick
leave you to
says he
it then.
does is thinking on the toilet.
Good to know, good to know. The feng shui in this room is all off.
You're like a room designer now.
Trying to get some more cake, sir? I'm
Yes.
sorry, but the dining room is closed for now.
Damn it! Give me cake, pie, pudding, tarts, pastries.
These for ducks.
Yes.
Who do they think they are? Getting in the way all the time.
Duck l'orange, that's what I want. Detective mode will highlight important doors related to your current objectives. Well, I guess he just highlighted it for me. I found it. Have a little think. Have a little think. Welcome to the great detective mind, where you'll be able to witness big detectives' thought process as the mystery of Buffington Hall slowly unravels over the course of the night. Big picture clue update.
Makes me think has Sean played this or has seen someone play this? To say, I do my thinking on the toilet.
Quiet place.
Did he know?
Look for the room with a WC.
The water chamber.
What has Pig Detective discovered so far? Alright, is a seance. The ghost is real. The paranormal crystal ball is fully wired and connected to the upstairs room. Alright. That it? Very enlightening.
Ah, there you are, Mr. George. Did you manage to have a little think?
Your ladyship, come quickly! It's Mr. Blind, your ladyship! He's lying on his bedroom floor like a dead man! I heard a terrible scream, but when I knocked on his door, there was no answer, and so I went in. And he was just lying there. Oh, I got such a fright, your ladyship. Please come quick.
Well, Mr. George, I guess you're not done investigating for tonight.
Right. I'll go up at once. I should really go and investigate the Red Room now. That nice duck maid was very upset about it.
The Red Room. Yeah. You guys should watch Twitch on the toilet too, just in case anyone's streaming Pig Detective.
Maybe I am now.
Maybe he is. He's got his mic set up in there and everything.
Yep.
Okay. So
Oh, that's not a thought you wanted me thinking about.
was that a cat? Oh, this is the Red Room.
Ah putain de merde, saloperie, les gens commencent à se rendre compte de quelque chose, Padargus. Ça ne va pas du tout, Padargus. Ah, abominable intrusion! What are you doing here? Can't you see I'm very busy?
I'll investigate.
About what happened at that seance just now.
What about the séance? The séance went splendidly until that ghost came along and...
There were some very suspicious cables attached to that crystal ball of yours.
Suspicious cables attached to my crystal ball? What are you accusing me of? It doesn't matter. I deny everything. Now go away. I have to pack my things. I'm going to leave this house like the spirit commanded. I advise you all do the same. Ah, putain de merde, saloperie, les gens commencent à se rendre compte de quelque chose, Padargus. Ça ne va pas du tout, Padargus, là, c'est vraiment la merde.
What's this?
Wow. That's morbid.
Est-ce que j'ai mis la brosse à dents? Ah putain de merde, saloperie, les gens commencent à se... Putain de merde, saloperie, les gens
Harold's a war garble. Did you say did the crazy paintings? Yeah, war garble did some of the weird paintings.
I see.
Hello? Mr. Blind, are you there? Oh, where is he? The maid said you'd be lying on the floor, but I
That
can't
was
see
more
him
likely
anywhere.
war garble.
Alright. So this is the Red Room.
Yes.
There's kind of jam on the floor.
Yes.
My shadow
What
goes
flavour?
underneath. So I guess it's floating above the floor. It's a spectral.
Ruin the illusion. Come on.
I have to.
Why would you do that?
I have to.
What?
I've got to.
Do that.
What's this?
I have nothing to contribute except for criticism.
Yes, one of those.
Is that blood on the carpet? There is some over by the desk as well. Whoever was bleeding, they dragged themselves from the corner of the room over here to the balcony door. Dragged themselves or were dragged by someone. Oh.
Yeah, I think the balcony would be the last place you'd go.
Tossed over the balcony.
The plot thickens.
What's this?
Portrait of a flamingo lady with a pineapple on her head. Fits in with the rest of the room decor. Oh yeah, this is the pineapple room.
An interesting portrait. Such a pity there is nobody here who can tell me more about it.
They do like their pineapples in Bofferton, don't they? They're too obsessive, if you ask me. Pineapples are okay, but you know, as a main fruit, nah. They're more of a side guy. They're more of a wingman.
I think apple's a little bit too basic for this type of manner. That's all it is.
Are those the only two options?
Yep. Apples or pineapples.
Alright. I bet pines.
Pines. Oh, the whole forest is full of pines. Can't see the forest for all the pines.
Is that the side the saying goes, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, Mildred, it was so awful. I knocked and knocked and he wouldn't take me in. So I went in and he
Go
was
and find
just
Diggins.
lying there. Like he did, but do you think he's dead, Mildred? Oh, he's most certainly dead.
Okay. Question time.
Calm down. I wouldn't know you again. I'm sure he's not dead, and you did the right thing telling her ladyship about it. Now it will all be
No, not this
taken
time.
care of. What are you looking at?
A couple of suspects, I think.
What are you looking at?
I must investigate. Now, explain yourself. Ugh. Where is that Diggins?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like.
Uh-oh. Not again.
Young man, here a minute. We need to talk.
The radio.
The reception must be off.
And now we take a trip north to Paris, where we are met with the soothing.
Someone getting quite right about that radio.
This is coffee at La Marmoset.
Huh.
I love how the big detective model hasn't changed since the first one.
Not really, yeah.
No, it's just the same. Everyone gets these like more advanced models. And poor old pig detective is still stuck with the basic puppet head.
He does have a tuxedo.
Yeah, I know. But
And hair.
It's easy. It's still. Poor old pig today.
Now where am I? Oh, the gardener.
My poor pineapples.
Oh boy, the pineapple lore deepens.
Excuse me, who are you?
I'm Albert McTurpin, the gardener here at Buffington Hall. Would you look at my poor pineapples, sir?
Those are pineapples? What happened here?
Well, that is anyone's guess. But look at my poor pineapples. Look at the state they're in. That's not right.
It seems like you need a professional detective here.
A detective? Are you a detective, mister?
Which part of pineapples are the seed?
Yes, I'm pig detective.
Maybe the skin?
Skin? You just bury a whole pineapple?
I don't know. Maybe like the pointy bits might be. I don't know. I don't know.
Are
Thatch
you
might know.
here to find out what happened to my pineapples?
Yes, pineapples are my main priority.
I'll investigate if you want me to.
That is very decent of you, mister. Someone broke into the glass house right over there, as you can see, and did what they did to my poor pineapples.
Someone or something. In any case, don't worry, Mr. McTurpin. If anyone can find out what happened to your pineapples, it's me.
Well, I call that very kind of you, sir.
Oh no, they're growing in the flesh.
I hope you can catch the culprit.
Well, not grow. That's where the seeds are.
Gonna have to trample all over your garden
What's
to
this?
investigate. This bed of pineapples looks like a pig's got into the garden. A pig without a magnifying glass. There is evidence of some very sharp instrument at work here. Maybe teeth or claws. Those nails going into glass?
You see you again. That's a pig fault.
Yep.
Anyway, did you hear me? The seeds are in the flesh of the pineapple.
How interesting.
You just never see them. I suppose not ripe enough. I don't know. Right. So what we? So the blood was floating. Nails in glass. You gonna write a list to Lotta and Sebastian?
Yeah.
All the stuff you
I'm
want
very
to change.
disappointed in this game's presentation. I mean, it's just all over the place.
Interesting.
0 out of 10.
Oh, 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10, okay. I don't
Oh,
think
the
this is a
teeth.
clue.
Yes, it is.
Oops. You're obsessed with tea.
Give me some of that tea.
Want some of that tea? You're not British.
Pineapple cream tea.
Doesn't tell me anything new.
Oh, don't Australians like tea as well? And they a bit obsessed with tea. Is that true, Harold? Or is it just us Brits?
And China.
What's this?
Yeah, China, but they're not obsessed with it, like us.
It's a different type of tea.
Yeah.
It's more like chai tea.
Well, like spices. but I do like different teas.
Isn't old Lord Ludwig a scary one? They say he always
The
thinks more than he
traditional
can chew.
tea we like here is like the black
Ludwig
tea
the
with
glutton,
milk and
some
sugar.
called him. He died with a spoon
So-
down his beak. Now, you would think that'd put a bird off his dinner for a while, but not old Ludwig. He's been haunting our kitchen, or so cook swears on a stack of Mrs. Beeton's. She can't leave a dish out on the counter without half of it disappearing as soon as her back is turned. That's ghosts for you. Dead, but greedy.
Interesting. Piano time.
Piano. You can play. You can play a note or two.
Play some Dreams themes.
What's this? What an interesting portrait. Such a pity there is nobody here who can tell me more about it.
Really?
What are you looking at?
Come back! Come back!
I could have sworn that radio was talking right at me.
I think I need to turn the lights out.
Go stares at the camera.
Huh.
Right, so the biggest update Pig Detective's had is ears and some sort of buzz cut, skin fade, the hairdo. But they still haven't given him a mouth.
I have no mouth and I
Is it-
must investigate.
How does he even talk? Like, what is this? It's another thing to put on the list to Lotto and Sebastian.
Talks out his ass.
And now we'll take a trip back to Paris, where we are.
That reminds me of a few people I know.
It's locked. Huh.
What are you, a Minecraft villager?
Mac, here a minute. We need to talk.
Is this part of the regular program?
Nope. Nope. He's not letting you leave.
Huh.
See any other rooms open?
What's this?
Nice view to the greenhouse. And who's in there snooping around? It's not the turtle.
What is this?
Didn't notice that when I looked through the window while I was playing. Didn't notice that.
A lady flamingo with a flower? Looks like an umbrella.
What an interesting portrait. Such a pity there is nobody here who can tell me more about it.
Oh, I see the flower now.
Where?
It's in the...
Oh, actually, not in the picture, just the flower in front of it. Or in the pocket.
You're right. That's the arm. Never mind.
Is it though? Is it sunk in the pocket?
What do we have here?
It could be pulled. Well, pull it then, Jeeves. Oh.
Did you ring the bell, Mr. Pig Detective? Is there anything I can do for you?
How about the
Oh,
portrait?
yes. About that portrait.
Oh, isn't she beautiful? That's Hyacinth.
Who are you calling ho?
Only they call her Cynthia because she fell in love with a
Calling us ho guys? Not very nice.
Ho guys. Phone call. You was on a phone call while I was streaming the noise.
Unbelievable.
I can't believe it.
Unbelievable. Turn your phone off.
Tragic story it is. She was never
Unplug
allowed to
your
see
ice
her
phone.
lover, so she met
Cut
him in
the
secret.
telephone wire comes to your eyes.
I thought we was
No,
boys.
yes, you can do that.
I thought we was ho boys.
I thought it was hoes before bros.
Labyrinth.
Hmm?
Oh, the labyrinth is still
Maybe.
here, if you fancy taking a stroll. Only, don't get lost. That is what Miss Cynthia used to do. Her lover made a map for her, but her parents took it away, you see. But she went into the labyrinth to meet her sweetheart regardless, and see how that turned out. She was lost and never seen again. Some say she still haunts Boffington Hall. That must have been 50 years ago, and still nobody goes near the labyrinth but Mr. McTurpin, the gardener. And he has to for the hedges and things.
Another ghost?
It's spooky, isn't it?
Another
I will tell you
ghost?
something else. You see that flower over there, under the portrait? That's a hyacinth, Cynthia's favourite flower. We call it the ghost flower because none of us knows how it's getting there. If we take it away, a fresh one appears, as if by magic. I've asked Mr. McTurpin about it, and he says there is not a single hyacinth growing anywhere near Buffington Hall, nor in this garden or greenhouse neither. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll get back to my duties.
Find me a ghost flower.
Well, what is this?
Miss Ella is using the room's decoration as a hat stand. Oh, this is where Ella's staying.
It's not really a clue, is it?
Yes, it is. Must investigate Miss Ella's room further. Dirty secrets hiding. Ghost flower.
What's this?
Do I need to take the flower? Is that what I'm hearing?
They all seem to be haunting the Bofton Hall.
I hope I get to haunt a hall when I'm dead. Nice big manor.
Hopefully I'm a poltergeist and I can just like chuck things at people. You know, especially people I don't like.
What
Miss
are you
Parker,
doing?
are you a photographer as well as a journalist?
Taking pictures. Oh,
Oh, yes. Jill of all trades, mistress of none. We do have photographs in Modern Mouse magazine, and who else would take them if I didn't do it myself? I have to do everything around here.
Nosey Parker.
Everything.
perfect name for a
Really?
journalist.
That sounds a bit much.
Oh, I admit it is. There is one thing I obviously can't give our readers, and that is the male perspective. I was wondering, would you be interested in helping me with that?
My perspective?
My perspective?
Oh, I knew I could count on you. I'm sure our readers will love it. I have to go upstairs now to develop this picture. Meet me in the attic later, at your convenience. I'll tell you all the details then.
Okie dokie.
What's this?
A throat full of coin.
What an interesting portrait. Such a pity there is nobody here who can tell me more about it.
I'll have to pull the thing.
Oh, it's you. What are you doing in Miss Parker's room then?
Actually, I was looking at that portrait over there. Can you tell me anything about it?
What, that? That's Ebenezer Boffington, the rich geezer. Long before our time, more's the pity. The saying goes, he buried a massive treasure somewhere around here. When he died, folks came looking for it from all over the country. Nobody found anything though, so they stopped looking eventually. All that must have been 100 years ago. It's why Wienerwald Woods has such a fancy inn, you know. All those treasure hunters had to stay somewhere. Is that all then?
So the treasure hunters became the source of the currency.
What a lot of information. I'll try to remember it.
The treasure seekers became the treasure, as it were. Alright, fancy footwork. Let's try this typewriter.
Most interesting.
Modern mouse.
I don't think this is a clue.
It's a good group. I guess that Theo guy must be after the treasure then.
I'm not going outside, it's raining.
Yeah, dodgy old character him.
What do we have here?
Mr. George! Finally! What happened to that poor lawyer, this Mr. Blind?
I actually don't know. I haven't found him yet.
Mr. Blind is in the Red Room. Go and investigate.
If you're just joining us, you're listening to Wienerwald AM Radio. I'm your host, Chester Farrell.
Already investigated. Bloody Red Room.
Hello? Mr. Blind, are you there? Oh, where is he? The maid said he'd be lying on the floor, but I can't see him anywhere.
Volume is very low.
Yes?
I don't know how to turn it up. Let me know if that's better.
Yes. Is there anything I should know about this portrait?
It is better.
Jesus!
What, that? That's Mabel of Boffington. She's the one with the pineapple empire, factories and fame and such. Very successful businesswoman. Anything else?
Thank you for these valuable informations.
Valuable information.
Yes.
It's a good thing there's subtitles. Oh, I forgot to investigate this shit.
What's this?
You needed to follow the lead from this.
Pry bar. Okay, alright. We found a murder weapon. Possibly.
What's this turned into Cluedo?
Yes.
Or Clue,
Looks
as you
like
call
several
it in
crimes
the
have taken place here.
in the
We should
USA.
call the police.
Someone should call the police. Where's the phone? Where's the phone? I haven't seen a single phone in this entire house.
Police! We need to call the police! Oh, it seems like the
Police?
police are already here.
Well, you tampered with the murder scene, so I don't know what you expect them to do.
Yes.
Excuse
Oh,
me?
look who it isn't.
Mr. Pig Detective, allow me to introduce Mr. Constable Cat. He is the police around here. Mr. Dickens called the police because of what happened to poor Mr. Blind.
Yes, about that. I'm afraid Mr. Blind has mysteriously disappeared. He's not in his room and there are signs of forceful abduction.
Mr. Blind? What do I care about Mr. Blind? We need to leave this house at once. The spirit told us so.
Mr. Pedagus, what are you doing here?
What do you think I'm doing? I'm leaving. The spirit ordered us to leave this house at once. I will obey. I advise you to do the same.
A spirit? My, how the plot does thicken. What exactly is going on here? I've been called because a certain Mr. Blind had an accident. What's this about a spirit now?
First things first, Mr. Blind, Lady Boffington's lawyer, apparently had some kind of accident. He's also completely vanished from his room. There are signs of a struggle. Concerning the ominous spirit, it seems that Mr. Blind and Mr. Pedagus here have conspired to feign the existence of a ghost at Boffington Hall. What can you tell us about that, Mr. Pedagus?
Mon Dieu, we have been exposed. I admit everything. I'm in cahoots with Mr. Blind. He is the mastermind behind it all. I am but a lowly mercenary, a pawn in his ugly little game.
It was all a scam? So the ghost was not real after all? How disappointing.
Boo.
But it all falls into place now. Mr. Blind has been trying to talk me into selling Boffington Hall for days. Maybe he thought I would be more eager to sell if the place was haunted?
A trick as old as time, my lady. And this Mr. Blind who tried to scam you, he is now disappeared?
I'm afraid so. It looks like he was forcefully abducted.
Forcefully abducted? Oh, how absolutely gruesome. Who could be capable of such a horrid thing?
Ah, but that could be another scam, your ladyship. The crook sensed that the game was up, so he flew the coop, made it look like an abduction to muddle his trace. Luckily for us, he left his collaborator behind. Mr. Pedagus, you are under arrest until we get to the bottom of this matter.
Yay.
And Mr. Pig Detective, was it? You seem like a capable fellow. Please find out whatever happened to that ominous Mr. Blind. I will be... Where will I be, Lady Boffington?
Why don't you wait in the music room, Mr. Constable Cat? Nobody will disturb you there.
I'll be in the music room. Please find me there once you have discovered the whereabouts of Mr. Blind. In the meantime, nobody is allowed to leave this house until the case is solved.
Find Mr. Blind? I'd better find an umbrella and a lamp first. I bet Mr. Blind is somewhere outside. And it's night and raining.
Oh no.
And a torch and an umbrella.
What do you want from me? I've already admitted everything.
Tell me again.
I'm in cahoots with Mr. Blind. He is the mastermind behind it all. I am but a lowly mercenary, a pawn in his ugly little game.
Yeah, right. Now, who's blocking my kitchen?
Don't bother me now. This is not as easy as it looks, you know.
It looks kind of tough. Need a taller duster.
Make more sense. Isn't it?
You're on the line with Chester Fountain.
Duster with a longer handle.
I'm calling to tell my girl that I
But
still
who am
love
I?
her. We hit a bit of a rough patch recently, and now I can't sleep, I can't eat, I can't do much of anything. I just want her back. Buffy, if you can hear me, I wrote this for you.
Detective point for turning the radio on.
It's raining outside and it's very dark.
6. You've only got 6 detective points. I've got like 28 made.
Oh, bully for you.
Yeah.
What can I say? What can one say?
Alrighty. I need to go to the attic.
To the attic.
To the attic.
The attic. You must go.
It's locked.
You lost.
Young man, here a minute. We need to talk.
Is this part of the regular program?
Right, there's a room you need to go to.
And that's how Mr. George discovered that everyone was involved in the murder on the Catland Express.
Oh, Mr. Big Detective, would you care to join us for a cup of tea?
Yes.
Don't mind if I do.
Well, Mr. George, what is the state of affairs?
Oh, everything is going absolutely splendidly. I just dropped in for a chat.
What's all this? Lots of goodies.
What's this?
Something's afoot.
All 7 detective points.
Old AM radio. I'm your host, Chester Fount Scrumply, bringing you the very best and latest. Here is Eloise DuPont.
Good old reddish boat.
Very talented guy.
Now, where the bloody blood is the staircase?
Look for a staircase, or you're on one now. Why'd you want the staircase anyway?
Go back to my room.
But every time you try, the radio's just stopping you.
Let's see if I can get behind this wall.
I can't use that here. Not the right time or place to use this. Looks like everything is in order.
Wait a minute.
What's this?
Wait a minute. That pipe again.
Very particular.
Right, you got 8 detective points now, you're catching up.
Very.
I have to get a little bit worried.
Very scrupulous.
Young man, don't leave. I want a word.
This is very weird.
I'll stop vanishing then. Okay, what's this? Fire extinguisher.
How interesting.
Sensible thing to keep in a kitchen, which means it's not a clue.
What do we have here?
How'd I miss this? Ice has revealed some kind of hatched egg. And there is a trail of puddles leading away from the fridge. Just became very B-rated. And what's this?
How interesting.
Croissant. My favorite dish.
I don't think this is a clue.
Oh, a croissant.
A croissant. Give me the whole box. No. Okay.
You're just joining us. You're listening to Vinavolt AM Radio. I'm your host, Chester Fount Scrumply, bringing you the very best and latest. Here's
Alright, into the loo.
Nature calls, right?
Did he flee or was he abducted? A loudspeaker in the parlor. Okay, okay. On its escape. It's with an apostrophe.
Oh.
It is escape.
Is that on the list?
That's on the list. On my long list. A long WTF.
But they are German, so you know, English is
my long
not really-
WTF list.
No, not WTF. WTH. Come on.
WTFing H.
Aha, my trusted colleague. How is the case going? The current state of affairs
Can't
is
say
this.
WTF to Lotta. How dare you?
Lady Boffington's lawyer, Mr. Robert M. Blind, faked a ghost to scam her ladyship into selling Boffington Hall. Then he mysteriously disappeared. We don't know whether he has fled or was abducted. Do you have any new information for me?
That's about my current level of information as well. I will inform you as soon as I learn anything new.
Anything new? Anything new?
What's this?
Ain't it this his job to be investigating?
I don't think this is a clue.
Hello. So, what the heck? Was it the thing out of the fridge came here to the pineapple?
Well, most interesting.
Pineapples. What has the world come to?
It's a good impression.
This, so that thing was the pineapple muncher.
Yeah.
The little egg hatching fridge living
cheek.
Biatch. Well, yeah, cheek.
The cheek of it all.
I'm quite disappointed that they didn't use my pillar for these scenes.
Oh yeah. How rude.
Very rude, because, but I mean,
would have been
it's inferior.
Would have been much better.
Ah,
Yeah.
it's the famous big detective again. Have you found out what happened to my poor
I suppose they didn't
pineapple?
because I got the main voice role. They don't want to, you know.
The investigation is ongoing. So far, I can tell you, something seems to have escaped from the refrigerator in the kitchen and made its way here to the glass house. Whatever it was that destroyed all your pineapples escaped by breaking a glass house wall. That's all I got for now.
What a strange and confusing story, Mr. Big Detective, sir. What is the world coming to? I ask you, what is the world coming to?
Everyone always asks, what is the world coming to? And not, how is the world coming to?
Shut up.
Need to get upstairs.
These pillars, they could be mine. They could be mine. That on your list. Should use my pillars. I should have used lead nails pillars.
Going in circles. Okay. What's this guy have to say? He hasn't said nothing.
I'm sorry, sir. but I cannot let you go
He's
outside.
letting you.
Constable Cat said everyone needs to stay in the house until the investigation is concluded.
What can you tell me about the portrait over there?
Oh, that dashing gentle bird. That's General Wilhelm von Boffington. He was in the War of 1888. Isn't that a stylish uniform? He died in it too, but not in the war. He fought a duel to the death, actually, not far from this very house. Sometimes, late at night, you can hear the clanking of steel on steel in the corridors. That's the old general's ghost fighting his duel over and over, or so they say.
Clanking in the corridors. How very interesting. Ah.
That is a beak.
Mm-hmm. If you say so.
Some kind of a beak there. Alright, well, I'm out of doors to check.
There's one particular door you haven't. You've been going around in circles and you still haven't gone through it. Well, you have been through it, but you need to go through it again. And you keep missing it. It's a door that's already open.
And that's how Mr. George exposed Cloverfield Industries' evil plans.
Oh, Mr. Big Detective, would you care to join us for a cup of tea?
I don't mind if I do.
Sam's in this game. He made the whole thing.
Well, Mr. George, what is the state of affairs?
I have played about
Yes, about
4
that, Miss
hours, I
Anna.
think.
I need your help.
Hopefully.
You should probably go back to the parlor and check
You can
on
actually
that
tell how
crystal
many
ball
hours I
again.
played, but I think it's about 4 hours.
Thank you.
That's
That's
twice
a
as
very
long as
good
I
idea.
played for.
I might just do that.
Yeah.
Check the crystal ball.
If you're just joining us, you're listening to Vault AM Radio. I'm your host, Chester Fount Scrumply, bringing you the very best and latest. Here's
Hey. What you doing? You're erasing the evidence.
What's this?
I'll this again.
Excuse me? Can you tell me anything about this portrait?
I beg your pardon? I can't hear you. The Hoover is too loud.
Turn it off, you dumb whore.
Pick you up, throw it out the window. Now listen here.
Duck l'orange. I'm gonna have my supper tonight.
I'm not going outside, it's raining.
Where are the stairs at? I'm completely lost.
Yeah. Why you keep looking for stairs, man? You don't need to go to your room. You need to. The voice that's speaking to you on through the radio. You need to find out where.
I need to find the crystal ball again, I guess.
just joining us, you're listening to Vault AM Radio. I'm your host, Chester Fount Scrumply.
You know where the crystal ball is.
Oh.
Yay!
Yeah, at last indeed.
Hello?
Good evening, young man. You took your sweet time showing up again. Have you quite finished snooping around my house?
They're on to me. Who am I talking to?
Who are you, if you don't mind me asking?
If I don't mind, but I do mind, exceedingly so. You should introduce yourself, since you're so nosy.
I'm not being nosy, I'm just doing my job. Pig detective is the name, private investigation is my game.
A detective? A pig detective? In my house? It's getting better and better. I might be in need of a detective myself, as it happens. But are you worth your salt, Mr. Pig Detective?
Well, I'd certainly like to think so.
I see. You seem to be very confident in your own abilities, young man. Still, that means nothing. Confidence does not always equal excellence. I shall have to test you.
And what kind of test would that be?
Uh-oh. He's gonna ask me trivia.
Only the most elemental one. I challenge you to find out who I am, or rather who I was, for I don't seem to be no more. Do you accept this challenge?
Of course I do, it sounds like fun.
Excellent. I knew you'd come to an understanding. Can you guess who I am?
Nope.
No, not really.
I thought as much, but I don't blame you. Boffington Hall, as you will see, is filled to the brim with ghosts and spirits. Whole generations of Boffingtons have met untimely and interesting ends. No wonder you're confused. But you have been snooping around for some time now. Let's see what you found out.
Oh no! Don't see what I found out.
Present me with a possible identity for my ghostly being. Who was I when I was alive? I expect you to convince me with 3 carefully considered facts. 3, no more, no less. 3 shall be the number thou shalt present, and the number in presenting shall be 3. 4, thou shalt not present. Neither present thou 2, except that thou then proceed to 3. 5 is right out. Enough of that. Now begin.
Monty Python.
You
I don't
seem
know.
to know enough, young man. You will need to snoop
Yeah,
around a
you can do it now anyway because you've got it's all question marks. The second and third box or sections. I'm not quite sure what you're gonna do here. I know it says that you have to find out who they are.
Exactly.
But you have to work out each individual person first. Because if you go onto like go onto your notebook, it says there's 10 things you have to solve in this. There's 10 different portraits. So.
Oh, I see.
So I don't know if you have to work out each individual person, and then choose who's the person talking to you. The thing, spirit. I just don't know.
Well, I guess I was expecting too much from you. Okay, there's nothing else in here except for the...
And we return, starting with some
stuff I already investigated.
Investigated.
Oh, look, the kitchen's finally open again. Dining room.
Say kitchen.
Alright, what do we have here?
What's this? Doesn't tell me anything new. Most interesting.
Knights lead short lives.
Yes.
What do we have here?
Secret door. No mystery game is complete without it.
If you were watching carefully earlier, you see he begins to go through that door.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
Whoa.
But I'm part of the Explorers Club, so I don't miss these things. Bet you don't know what the Explorer Club is. Yeah. No.
Explorer Club.
What's
that
this?
part of the scoreboard? Whole collection of knickknacks. Some of them look a little spooky. Something appears to be missing from this pedestal.
Wait a minute, I haven't been here.
Wait a minute.
What is this?
How did I miss this room?
How did you miss this room?
There's me going on about me being in an Explorers Club. I feel ashamed.
The shame, the shame.
Mr. Casey Jones might throw me out of the Explorers Club for this.
A model ship that takes the place of honor and the mantelpiece, the Thornbury. Painting of a ship and people in the Arctic landscape. Some kind of expedition. And map material of the icy pole as well. The plot thickens.
Is there a portrait in here? Because I was missing a portrait. This could be weird. Where it was.
Maybe in the next room. Oh, it's locked. It's locked. No.
It's raining outside and it's very dark.
I might have to start playing this because you're catching up on the detective points now.
It's locked.
Right, gotta go. Bye.
It's loving locked. I'll stop at the next act whenever it happens to be. It's the secret door entrance, and then this way to the next area. Wait. Oh, nope. I was wrong. That's the secret door entrance. This is the way to the next area. Wait, this is... Yay! I found it. So it's in here.
Yeah. You've been here before.
Oh.
It's not locked. Why can't I open it? Is it barred from the other side?
How are we getting on? Reddish boat!
Red.
We are just about to solve this entire thing. I think I have all the
Yes.
clues I need. So
Yes.
just need to get myself to the attic.
Yes, Donnie solved it in the first 10 minutes. He's like the modern day Sherlock.
Modern day Sherlock. I'm the modern day Hercule Poirot.
Yes.
Hercule Poirot.
Quite.
Whoa, okay.
You're beelining straight to the attic.
Straight up.
Straight up to the top.
I don't know.
The top of the attic.
Kind of iffy.
Well, yeah.
Kind of nervous about checking the doors up here.
Boo.
Where is this reporter?
Why can't I open it? Is it barred
Oh,
from the
yeah,
other
okay.
side?
I don't know, actually. Somewhere. Oh, what are you doing, cat?
What's this?
I'm gonna volley that cat.
Flapper Flan's finest hair pomade. This must be the valet's room. What are you trying to find? Oh, I'm just looking for my rendezvous.
Well, what do we have here?
What are you trying to find? British boat asked. If you haven't answered it.
Investigate further. The fencing sword, or do they call it a rapier? A secret codex. Better leave it alone if it's secret. No, don't leave it. Take it. What kind of investigator are you?
Why would you leave it? So what are you trying to find? Anything in particular?
I'll find it. Here we go.
He's gonna find. He's gonna find.
I found it.
Whatever. Oh, he found it. There we go. This is what he's looking for.
What's this?
Sebastian! I heard you did some work on this game.
Hey, Sebastian. Hey, Lotsman. Donnie's already worked it out. He solved it. There is everyone's streaming Big Detective. Everybody.
As they should. Amelia Kentucky.
He has heard my voice performance, and you marveled at my voice performance, didn't you? Didn't you, Donnie?
It was all right.
By the way, Donnie has made a list of things that he's been picking little things about your game that he's going to report to you.
Oh, it's quite the list.
Haven't you, Donnie?
It's quite the list.
It's quite the list.
I'm very disappointed. This game is very tacked together.
Oh, Mr. Pig Detective, how good to see
Well, one of
you.
his complaints was there was nails in the board in the greenhouse that they were nailed into the glass. So that's one of his complaints.
Very unbelievable. Oh, and they got apostrophes where they don't belong. That's the biggest offense. No, shh. Gotta hear this. How could you? What
are the pictures of?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. It shows a natural kind of curiosity that is very conducive to our journalistic mission. Now, this here is Ebenezer von Boffington. I expect you've heard of him. He is very famous because he was very rich.
Never heard of
Oh,
him.
I'm afraid I'm completely in the dark about this character.
Mr. Pig Detective, you really haven't heard of Ebenezer, the richest Boffington of them all? Well, let me educate you. The story goes that he buried an immense treasure
See you,
somewhere
Sean.
near Boffington Hall about 100 years ago.
Bye, Sean. Thanks for stopping in.
After his death, Wienerwald Woods was swarming with treasure hunters. The treasure was never found, of course, and eventually people stopped looking. But there has been a new development recently.
You started something now, don't you?
Yeah. Tell me more
Can't
details.
wait to hear more.
Oh, I knew this story would appeal to your detective-y nature, Mr. Pig Detective. The fact is, Mr. Pig Detective, that there has been a ghost haunting Wienerwald Woods lately. My newspaper has received an anonymous tip that it might well be the ghost of Ebenezer von Boffington looking for his lost treasure. Isn't that exciting?
Woohoo. Very
A
exciting.
ghost in Wienerwald Woods looking
Yeah.
for lost treasure? I'm thrilled.
Do you know anything about the old inn in Wienerwald Woods?
An inn in Wienerwald Woods? This is the first I've heard of it.
Well, that's very inconvenient. Can you please find out where it is? My information is that you have to pass through the labyrinth to get there.
Oh, is that a fact?
Come back when you've found it. Then you can show me where it is.
Find the old inn. I have to find the labyrinth first. Alright. Let's keep looking in these rooms. Because I'm so intrigued.
Yeah. So, Seb and Lotta, how do you feel now that you finally got the game out? It's
Interesting.
like bit more stress after you start the next game.
I don't
Which-
think there's a clue.
How much time are you going to give the PD team off before you start the next one?
How interesting.
Yeah, we're waiting with bated breath for you to make whatever comes next in
You're gonna
Blender or Unity.
You're gonna give them at least a week off. Come on,
Unreal.
Reddish Boat and Harold and Andy Mason. You can at least give them a week off before you start the next one.
10 whole detective points.
Well,
How many you got? 10.
we have here.
You're catching up to me.
Yeah. Chauffeur's room. Well, doy. Figured that out already.
Lotta started the next game. Wrote the title down in the notebook, so that's the start.
Woo! Let's see the big picture. Whatever broke out of the ace box escaped through the greenhouse and took out the pineapples on its way. Oh, right here. This is the apostrophe. It is instead of it's.
Oh yeah, this is not one that Donnie is on Donnie's list.
Yeah, that's number one.
Should be no apostrophe.
It's the biggest gripe of the griping board, right?
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
This game. No, I mean you're unbelievable.
10 points.
Nah.
Knocked off.
I'm proud of you.
Most interesting.
Yeah, very pedantic. There's another one in the seance. But I didn't get to say anything because everyone was talking. A map of a labyrinth. Ooh, I get to actually map out the labyrinth before I find it. Very, very, very helpful. Alright, let's see. It looks kind of like a simple labyrinth, actually.
Simple.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I got the labyrinth picture. Some of the entrances are in the wrong place. Not entrances, like the gaps between the edges. That's another.
I decided
That's on my list.
Look at Lottie's comment. So many typos. I decided not to bother. Wait a minute. That's what proofreading is for. Otherwise known as common hyacinth. So this is where the sciences are coming from. Hyacinth. Achoo! 11, Sam.
No.
And here's a pineapple.
Still 17 behind.
This is the pig detective version of an impy. Gardening events have very specific categories.
Doesn't tell me anything new. What's this?
How are you enjoying the game so far, Donny? Bearing in mind that Lotta and Sebastian's in chat, so be careful what you say.
Sometimes when we've updated certain subtitles, it reverts back. Man, I haven't noticed that problem since the beginning of Dreams, so it's still happening.
Yeah. Lotta made me record some of my lines again because for some reason, I don't know why, when I was recording my lines, I said Seance instead of seance.
Seance.
And I know how to say the word, but I just like, oh, man, I just wasn't thinking. I don't know, must have been tired. I said Seance.
That's funny.
Yeah. But
yeah,
no.
It's actually seance, but I've been saying it wrong too.
Yeah, seance.
Most interesting.
The spare servant's uniform must be the foot duck's room. I'm just investigating everyone's private business today.
Interesting.
Doesn't look sharp. The suit looks sharp. Okay, I keep thinking I should be able to disguise myself, but I guess that wouldn't fool anybody.
Not with that snout.
Not with those
Most
ears.
Interesting.
Well, yeah.
Nightclub singer is new Lady Buffington. Oh, you actually wrote the whole thing?
It's the ghost. It is.
They're all strange. Oh, reporters spoke to Diggins, the butler of Buffington Hall, on the telephone. But this fine gentleman of the serving class who is talking in riddles You can narrate this next line.
No. Please don't.
Everyone's waiting.
No.
His lordship should not have played with higher powers.
Takes me a few times to get into it. Once when I was voicing the lines, because I did them, I think in like 4 lots. And the last time I did that, I forgot how I did the voice. I was like, I literally spent like 5 minutes trying to work out how I did the voice. I think I sound different, slightly different in every batch of recordings I did, but.
I guess Lord Buffington is probably not dead.
Is that your theory?
Yeah, I don't think he's actually dead. I think he's just stuck in the crystal ball.
Yeah.
Hey, what's this?
Excuse me, what are you doing in my room?
I guess it's what comes around goes around.
Your room? I thought this was my friend Trigger's room. Trigger Happy, you've met him. Big fellow, hunts big things. This is his room.
It's also my room.
Hello, Trigger. We're sharing this room. It's my room too, and that is my suitcase.
It's your room too? You must be so cramped in here. Such dismal quarters. You should see my room. It's practically a whole apartment with an ensuite bathroom. You know, my room used to be old Reginald Boffington's apartment before he croaked, the old geezer. Good old Uncle Reginald, he sure knew how to live in style.
I'm half expecting this character to tell me his follower count at any moment.
Now, Flora, the new Lady Boffington, she has her room just across the hall from me. She's my girlfriend, but I like this arrangement. Everybody needs their privacy, you know.
I want my privacy too.
I completely agree. I want my privacy too. Please get out of my room.
My, you're not a very sociable pig, are you?
He has his feathers tucked away somehow.
Yeah.
Lord. George didn't brush after eating all that cake. Alright, which way do we go now? This way, I imagine. What did I learn from that reporter?
What was it? Oh, about the treasure.
Oh yeah, the treasure. The richest duck in all of Duckburg is looking for it. Ebenezer.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, Seb. I don't like to.
What about the suitcase? Am I supposed to investigate what he was looking at? That could be. That could be. Let's see. How do I jog?
L2? The L2, I think.
What's this?
Suitcases. Oh, what the F? I died. I was murdered.
You wasn't quick enough.
That was a snake.
How interesting.
Don't know what that was. It was like a gummy worm.
Okay. Number 12.
The dangerous one.
Well.
Remember
murderous peacock.
Shouldn't have looked at that suitcase.
Wasn't my idea.
You got trolled. You got rickrolled.
Oh. That snake was never gonna let me down.
Right, so where are you going now?
I'm curious about the billiard room, because it's like not the billiard room.
Now, have you not come across that part yet? How's your objective list looking? Seb's giving you some more hints.
It's
Look at your list, man.
Find Mr. Blind, which I can't because he's outside. Happened to the pineapples.
You need to torch an umbrella.
Found the egg, but I don't know who the egg was. Who's the real ghost? Talk to Cook. Where's Cook? I haven't seen Cook since dinner time. Report back to the ghost after I investigate everything. Oh, I need to find the Holden Labyrinth. I need an umbrella. That's what I need.
The cook appears after a certain event. Like when you chat to someone, like, but you won't see it until then, I don't think.
Bringing you the very best and latest. Here's Eloise.
Okay, she's go look for the cook.
Can I go through here finally? Thank you. Oh. I don't.
Finally. My pineapples.
Pineapples.
What has the world come to?
I haven't been down here yet.
Nope. Cat, watch your butt on the mic. Move it away.
This is the, what did he call it?
And who are you?
You look at the yeah, you can look at the objectives up and down. So when you go to your objective list, you go up and down. It tells you information about the
You
objective.
shouldn't sneak up on people like that.
I don't sneak. I'm Mrs. Honey, the housekeeper. And who are you? Did you come with one of the Lady Buffington's guests?
I'm with Miss Ella. She is Lady Buffington's friend. You know, from school.
Miss Ella travels with a manservant, does she? This is a friend Lady Buffington need not to be ashamed of, at least.
Not precisely a servant. I'm a private investigator.
A private investigator? This Miss Ella of yours seems to have a good head on her shoulder. Exactly the kind of friend Lady Buffington needs right now. Something sinister is afoot at Buffington's Hall. At least one of her ladyship's guests needs investigating badly.
How frightfully interesting. What can you tell me about...
The Great Podargus, as he calls himself. He wants to be a medium and talk to ghosts. Believe me, Mr. Private Investigator, if there were ghosts at Buffington's Hall, they would not stop so low as to talk to likes of him. What a charlatan! He burns incense in his room all the time, you know. Makes all the housemates sneeze. And will we ever get that filthy rig out once he has left? It is written in the stars. Mr. Robert M. Blind, the lawyer. I have been a housekeeper for the old Lord Buffington this 30 years, and let me tell you, never did Lord Reginald consult a lawyer by that name before. Legal Eagles, in Big Town, he used to send a very distinguished bird named Alfred Buzzard to take care of business every year. Mr. Buzzard never troubled us with his residency. He always took a room at the old inn in Winterwald Woods, as befits his station. Robert M. Blind, indeed. Oh, Miss Parker, that nice lady journalist who writes for Modern Mouse magazine. She's a model guest. So polite and soft-spoken. She will write about the new Lady Buffington, I hope. She has also told me that she wants to write about the ghost that is supposed to be haunting Winterwold Woods. But I do not think that is a very nice topic for ladies to write about, or read for that matter. But these modern ladies today, you know, they will not stop from anything.
There's more?
Mr. Happy, that perfect gentleman?
This girl's got the scoop on everyone.
He did not even make a fuss when we had to give him accommodation in the attic, because all the proper rooms were already taken. He could be more fortunate in his choice of friends, that's for sure. He arrived together with that shady character, that Mr. Vane. Apparently, they hail from Cowboy Town. Now Mr. Happy has a perfectly good reason for being here. I'll give him that. He's a big game hunter and, as you know, Winterwold Woods is famous for being haunted by tremendous beasts. I do hope Mr. Happy will hunt the beast down. Then he can leave and take his peacock friend with him.
I love Mr. McTurpin. And...
Her ladyship's gentleman friends. No, that is a quaint way to put it. Mr. Theodore Vane, that obnoxious, unpleasant, disagreeable, nasty and offensive peacock.
Oh, tell me how you really feel.
Now, they say that her ladyship was not brought up smelling of roses either. Apparently, her mother was a common showgirl. But now that she is Lady Buffington, there is no reason for herself to associate with such a shady, suspicious, questionable, and suspect character as that. You should watch him, Mr. Private Investigator. You should watch him very closely.
Alright, thank you for your time.
I see. Thank you for your time.
It was my pleasure. Now, do get out of the servants' wing. Some of us have a work to do here.
Work? Alright, 13 points.
See the cook in the background.
Am I still in the servant's wing?
Yeah.
I thought it gave me the boot.
I told you to get out, but you didn't have to.
What's this? Excuse me. This lady bird looks awfully familiar for some reason.
Ah, she's on the bed.
Oh yes! Isn't it a hoot? That's Flaming Flora, the famous nightclub singer from Babeltown. But now, it's our own Lady Buffington! Me and Mildred, we were always great admirers of Flaming Flora. It is even better now she is a lady. If a nightclub singer can become a lady, who knows what a housemaid can become?
A busybody. What are you reading?
Excuse me for intruding.
No, not at all. I shouldn't even be here. Officially, I'm still on duty.
Yeah, pretty sure that the staff is always on duty.
But Mildred insisted that I lie down for a spell because of the shock I got from finding Mr. Blind dead in his room.
Are you sure he was dead? He was gone from the room by the time I got there, so I'm not too sure about that.
Oh yeah, beautiful. Purr. Everyone pet the cat.
Well, he seemed very dead to me, and terribly mauled into the bargain, as if the beast of Buffington itself got to him. Maybe the beast came back and dragged him off into the woods or something. Do you think that's what happened?
I like the bass riff.
Well, my investigation is still ongoing.
Nothing else in here to investigate. How suspicious. The cook. It's absent.
Well, what do we have here? Interesting. What's this?
She actually walked in the background after you finished talking to Miss Honey. If you notice that.
The cook? Yeah. Ralph's feeding schedule. Monday, pineapple pudding. Tuesday, roast pineapple. Wednesday, pineapple skewers. Pineapple on pizza. Now we're talking. And pineapple pie. Never under any circumstances feed the Ralph cheese. Only pineapple.
Pineapple should never
Pineapple
be on the pizza.
soup. Pineapple pineapple souffle. We're talking about pineapple on pizza. It's the bomb diggity.
No.
Pineapple and
Sorry.
ham.
You know, half the amount of detective points as I have.
Yay. We're gonna investigate the hell out of this game.
Yeah.
Here's another portrait.
Do we have here?
Elderly flamingo lady wearing a white veil. Are there insects in this picture? Uh-oh. Busted.
Good heavens, what are you doing here?
I'm investigating. I'm a private investigator, remember?
Oh, I remember you perfectly. You're the private investigator fella who came with her ladyship's friend, Miss Ella. But I thought you were investigating the
honey?
other guests, not the servants. And certainly not me. What are you doing in my room?
Portrait?
I'm kind of interested in this portrait. Can you tell me anything about it?
Tell you about the Dorothy of Buffington. Of course I can tell you about her. She's the one we call the White Lady. Her ghost have been spotted in the house on various occasions. She was only a poor relation to the family by marriage. After her husband died, the Buffingtons were obliged to keep her on. She wasn't treated very well, mind you. They practically locked her up in the wide attic and forgot about her. After her death, she has been haunting the upper floors of the house, silently gliding about, as unobtrusive in death as she was in real life. Don't be alarmed if you see her up there, but I would advise you to stay away from that part of the house.
But my room is up there. Thank you, that was very informative.
Oh, of course. No, I've completely forgotten why I came here in the first place. And the chatter will do that for you. I will get back to my duties then.
Those George talking to the camera again.
What's this?
It's a diary with important information about what's going on in this house. This must be the housekeeper's room. Miss Ella and I arrived today, but what is that odd combination of letters? XO XXXO XOO XOX.
Love it.
Aw, so sweet. That's pretty straightforward. All right. What was it?
XO XXXO XO XXO.
That's what I thought. That's it, right?
Didn't know. Actually, I've got it written down. I've got it written down on a piece of paper from earlier.
No,
Want me to read it out to you?
no, I got it. This is the right. Oh, I have to hit this button.
Yeah. Oh no, you got
Dum
it.
dum dee dum 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 dum.
Yeah, the button
sounds
is
very
the arrow is
pleasing,
pointing to.
But what could it be? Is it a code? Dum dum dee dum 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 dum. Actually sounds very pleasing. But what could it be? Is it a code?
You don't need to remember it.
It's a phone. Someone's trying to call me. Oh, there it is.
Hello. Is this Buffington Hall? The place where Miss Ella is staying for the weekend? I am Miss Ella's boyfriend. Or I was a boyfriend before she decided to ditch me. We had plans for this weekend, you know. We were going to see Jay Blue sing at the Cheese Palace. But no, something terribly important had to come up in the very last minute. Something about her job. She's a secretary, you know, with a second-rate private investigator called Pig Detective. So I say to her, what is more important to you, your job or me? And she says it has nothing to do with her job. It is about an old school friend of hers who inherited a place called Buffington Hall. So I look and look and look and look for this place called Buffington Hall, and I finally find it, and now I'm calling to see what she's doing there. Who am I talking to anyway?
I'm Pig Detective.
You are Pig Detective? Her boss? So she was lying to me again. I've had enough of this. If you see Ella, tell her I'm going to see Jay Blue without her. I'm taking Gladys. Gladys always wants to go out with me. She never has to work on the weekends, and she never lies to me either. You tell her that.
Yeah, I seen that. It's fun.
Role plays Pig Detective. You are the pig.
Yeah.
Be one with the pig.
Yep. I like that feature of Dreams, because it's easy to forget, even when things are keyframed, right? Nothing in Dreams is pre-baked. It's all live. So you can make it as inactive or interactive as you want. I like that when people do it. That's cool. Good touch. So I guess that's all I need to do in here, huh?
Get your magnifying glass out and check.
I got no idea who just called me, by the way.
You need to know right now, I don't think.
This is Honey.
It's kind of creepy that you're just sneaking around in people's rooms, right?
Yeah, it's like the whole game. I'm a vampire again. But at least this time there's no room in the mirror, so it's not as weird.
Is that another thing on your list? Dreams can't do reflections, right? It's not their fault.
What is this? It's a sun lamp.
Heater, maybe? I don't know. I haven't had to use that yet. I presume it's going to be used for something.
Could be. I'll have to remember. It's there. So many doors.
No, I love it. It's brilliant.
Most interesting.
Pair of saddles. This must have been a stable. The motor car put a lot of horses out of jobs.
Doesn't tell me anything new.
Well,
Why's my stream so fucking?
They still get fed. Oh, the billiard room.
But, yeah.
Garage.
Seems I can't open this without a key.
Another locked door.
It won't let me do anything. Oh, what's this?
What do we have here?
Billiard table covered with trophies. A lot of trophies. And they all belong to Adelheid von Buffington. It looks like she enjoyed a game of billiards on occasion after all. Troubles with billiard. I'm telling you, trouble with a capital T. That rhymes with P and that stands for pool. Silver room. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's this?
How interesting.
Casey.
Silver needs to be cleaned regularly. No wonder people use stainless steel.
I don't think this is a clue.
It's not a clue. Alright. I'll just leave you as you were. Wait a minute.
Excuse me, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? What are you doing here? This is the silver room. It's where they keep the silver. It's highly suspicious of you to lounge around here. You're not trying to steal anything, are you?
Is that a safe over there?
Safe? What safe? Oh, that safe. Nasty piece of work. Very hard to crack. I can't hear the inner workings at all. You didn't answer my question. Are you here to steal the silver?
Of course I'm not trying to steal anything. Are you?
Me? Don't be ridiculous. When I marry Lady Boffington, all this will be mine anyway. Why would I steal from myself? I'm going to leave now. Don't touch this silver. I counted it.
Well, that's good to know. He wasn't trying to steal anything.
Most interesting.
A very state-of-the-art safe, which Dorian put in here. I know it. Whatever's in there, it is safe. And he's hiding behind this curtain. This curtain.
You know it. You know it.
It's gotta be. Okay, man, this is a big house. Laundry room with linens.
Oh, it's you. What are you doing below stairs? Why aren't you upstairs investigating the guests?
You
Lamp?
happen to know where I can find a torch or something like that?
Oh dear.
This is
Have you looked in the garage? That's just a place for practical outdoorsy items. Anything else?
A garage, very good idea. How about
I'm looking for an umbrella.
An umbrella? Well, Dickens has a very satisfactory umbrella. Maybe he'll lend it to
43
you
rooms
if you
to be
ask nicely.
precise, Danny.
Oh, very nice.
I think he's in his office right now. He usually is after dinner. Anything else?
Aren't you glad you didn't have to rig this room up to a door?
Can I have one of those sheets, please?
Got a little break.
One of my clean, crisply starred sheets. Certainly not. Get out of here. Anything else?
Crispy, clean, starched sheets. You ask too much of me.
I'm just detectiving around. Don't mind me.
They must feel like sheets of paper. Investigation time. Oh, never mind. All the clocks are set to different times. So it's 17 after 2.
You seen if it's moving?
Doesn't appear to be. But they might, I don't know. It might just move every minute. The big picture. Still nothing new. I love this one. This way. We're getting close to the seat of the problem here. Oh, hello, with the gun.
What do we have here?
It's a lot of guns. -1. Mr. Happy took it.
Well, well, well. If it isn't old Mr. Pinky Fingers. Howdy, sir. Are you ready for a bit of excitement?
Why not?
And what would that entail?
What would it entail? It would entail me and you leaving this spooky abode for some fresh air and some big game hunting. There is a beast out there calling my name, partner. Calling both our names if you'd care to join me. Following a trail to unknown and possibly dangerous locations. Catching onto your prey scent with your sniffing socket nose, seeing it eye to eye, aiming your trusted weapon, knowing it's either you or them. Well, I'm off. Don't be a wet blanket, Pinky Fingers. Meet me outside near the marshes, right behind Boffington Lake. There's a little bridge. I'll wait for you there, old hoss.
Oh, man. This one has the same time on it. But they're not moving. Alright, what do we have? What do we have? We have some liquor.
Most interesting.
Liquor? A Billy Noah. There's usually someone else who does that joke, so I'm happy I got that one in.
McLeod Better's Irish whiskey.
And a moron, Haldson.
It's not really a clue, is it?
Well... We're gonna have to find keys to get through this house. Oh, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Are you? Hope people are not drinking and shooting. Few whiskies, steady's the aim.
Yeah.
What do I know?
Couple pineapples on the pizza too.
Well, what do we have here?
There's a lot of walking sticks, but not one umbrella.
I don't think this is a clue.
No.
Oh man.
It's raining outside and it's very dark.
There's only one place you can get an umbrella from, and it's from the main guy in the game.
Mr. Diggins.
You knows it. Find Diggins, find the umbrella.
Diggins!
But you don't know where he is.
Diggins! Man, no wonder you had to double every room back to the main game. It's like... Hang on a minute. I still have a whole nother hallway to investigate. Haha. Fancy feet.
Look, this is my recreational time. I hope you have a good reason to bother
You
me.
got moves.
There's a weapon in your room.
I was wondering if you'd appreciate some help.
That stupid Mr. Vane. Like a peacock in a porcelain shop. He broke his lordship's favorite statue that he brought back from the icy pole. Mr. Reginald might be dead, but he doesn't deserve that. I'm trying to piece it all back together. Not much luck so far. Can you tell what goes where?
Oh, look at this. A legendary Dorian minicam.
Oh, I didn't do this. Okay.
Pieces. Piece stuck
Oh,
over
I see.
there.
Can you reset it?
Is this glue?
Oh, you have to glue it as well. My God. OMG. Not the piece off the table. If you can. Either
Oh,
way,
I
you still
can move
can't
the
do
camera.
it.
I'm so
Oh, you
stupid.
can. You big stupid dum dum. Maybe they need to glue it.
It's not.
Oh, that looked right. Yay. Oh, there you go. So I'm about 15 seconds behind. Watching you try and glue this together. With no glue. It's like a mean version of Slimer.
Slimer is one mean mother.
Be a bit mean.
I think I did it.
Everyone loves Slimer.
I think I did.
By George, you did it. It's as good as new.
Thanks, you
Can you put
did.
it back into Lord Boffington's apartment for me? I really need 5 minutes off. Oh, it's you again.
Now, what about this
I
gun?
couldn't help noticing that you have quite a dangerous weapon up in your room.
Oh, I mean the
Couldn't
sword.
help noticing. Have you been snooping in my wardrobe? I always lock my personal things away very carefully.
I'm afraid it is my job to snoop. Regarding that saber.
Your job, eh? Well, you're not the only one who has a job to do. If you must know, the Foot Duck and I have to practice our fencing regularly, in preparation for the Day of the Duck. The Day of the Duck is very important to us ducks, and a big secret. I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention it to anyone else. The posher birds don't look kindly on us lower classes arming ourselves.
Is that why you're spreading the rumor that the fencing noises at night are some kind of ghost?
Well, look at that. You really are a detective.
What was that? Haha.
What?
7 out of 10. Technically, every dead ancestor could be the ghost. Whenever I think I know who it is, I can go back to the parlor and report my findings to the ghost in the crystal ball.
Well, I mean, about 0 out of 10 solve. So you can't be just guessing the one, right?
Don't know.
Oh, Sebastian, with the when you do the ghost thing, do you have to get the right person with the 3 different things? You have to do this for all 10 portraits, or do you have to just try and guess who the ghost is?
We got the window.
Oh.
What the shucks?
That's twice you noticed that. Well, I didn't notice it when I on my playthrough. You can also prove who isn't a ghost. Okay. Nice. Nice little puzzle to do.
It's Diggins. White attic.
It was.
Library.
It's not me.
Blue room, yellow room. Pineapple
room, yellow room.
Black room.
It sounds like a song. Blue room, yellow room, pink room. But what?
Black room, blue room, yellow room, pink room.
I slide to the left.
Alright, that's enough of this tomfoolery.
It's better explained in the help text. I'll check out the help text. I was just kind of confused because
it's time to use the pry bar.
It's not actually.
It's gotta be.
I'm not breaking and entering.
That's the first thing I tried to use.
Breaking and entering for the win.
Can't get
I'm
in
not
there
breaking
yet,
and entering.
don't think.
I won't do it. It can't make me.
Oh, and Sebastian,
Diggins.
In the maze, because I had the map, I went down every single wrong route because I wanted to check if there was any secrets, and I found the secret in the maze, which I was quite pleased with.
Look at Diggins.
Little Easter egg.
Look at Diggins spread. Up in here.
Right, shh. Everyone quiet.
Oh, shush.
What's this?
Some really good voice lines coming up.
Do we have here?
The flamenco.
Mr. Diggins, why is this lady wearing a pineapple on her head?
It's just Dickens, sir, not Mr. Dickens. And that's Mabel of Boffington, the founder of the famous Boffington Pineapple Empire. I can't believe you haven't heard of her. She's by far the most well-known Boffington of all time. I admire her extremely. She was universally liked, even by all the servants. That is a virtue indeed, wouldn't you say so, sir?
Yeah, sure. Servants don't respect anybody, so I guess that's quite a feat. Alright, Diggins, jig is up. I know you're the ghost.
To what do I owe this questionable pleasure of your company, sir?
Me.
Actually, I can't think of anything.
I see.
What? Okay, well, I'm just gonna steal your umbrella. Wait, what's this?
What's this?
Great War memorabilia.
Ah, you found my memorial corner.
What an impressive picture. Are you in it?
You are looking at the second company of the Tough Earth Pioneer Brigade, the most diligent diggers of the Great War. I am the third one from the left front row. Everybody else in the picture is dead.
My condolences. I've been in the Great War myself. I know what it's like.
I'm glad to hear, but I'd prefer if you didn't touch the gun. That's a Chekhov 815. It's a very serious gun. Only touch it if you mean to use it.
Chekhov's gun, eh? Alright, alright. I see you.
Well, what do we have here?
Give me that umbrella. Snatched it.
Okay, Rihanna, Jillian.
Rihanna.
I don't mind the rain. I've got an
umbrella. Hello.
But it's very
hello.
dark outside.
Whew. Made it through all the rooms. Now where's that lamp in the garage?
Yeah.
Gotta find a key or
Yeah.
use the crowbar.
It's not locked. Why can't I open it? Is it barred from the other side?
Save you a trip.
I'm not
Crowbar
breaking
time.
and entering.
Phooey.
You're desperate to use that crowbar.
I'm desperate. I'm desperate. I will not rest.
It is called crowbar in America, yeah?
Yeah.
So I had a crowbar in my new game. What's it called? Aldrich's Castle Quest. And I changed it to pry bar because I thought that was...
No, it's fine.
Yeah,
Pry bars.
I didn't realise. I thought in the US that they didn't call it crowbar.
Pry bar is intelligible.
Yeah. Or change that I did.
What's this? I haven't been out here yet. Oh yeah, I have. The garden.
Yeah.
It's the garden. Okay. I'm gonna.
I don't mind the rain. I've
Wait,
got
what's
an
this?
umbrella. But it's very dark outside.
This is what I'm. Oh, it's nailed into the I don't. Some angles it looks like it's nailed into the frame, but other angles it looks like it's just.
Has that been changed?
Missed it entirely. We had some
discussion about. Oh, sorry.
First floor, second floor, and ground floor. What?
Yeah, in the US you call it first floor. The ground floor is the first floor, right?
Ground floor is usually called the lobby, but that's only in hotels, so maybe.
Yeah, but like in
manor, I guess it would be called the first floor. I don't know.
Yeah. As in UK to be ground floor, first floor, second floor, and so on.
Ground floor also works.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll have an L for lobby or a G for ground. It's either or, really.
Yeah, but if it's an ice, you wouldn't.
It's a house. I really don't. Yeah, I don't know what I don't know what the procedure would be for that.
It was a very steep angle in to hit the wood. Okay.
It must have been a different point in time where the clock said it was.
Maybe, I don't know.
6:45 or 8 or whatever.
Even Jeremy, ground floor, first floor, second floor, and so on. That makes sense to me. Sean is back. Sean.
Hello. Just trying to find
Yeah.
the rest of these portraits, and also
Donnie's still going round in circles. He's like,
I'm a head with a chicken cut off.
I don't think I need to bother.
yeah, that's probably the best way to describe. Now you've actually been making some progress.
It didn't make sense to Andy. What? Andy was making the map. Ground floor, basement. Yeah, ground floor, first floor. He didn't. He wanted to make this the second floor. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, see, that sounds weird to me.
Ground floor, second floor, third floor. Yeah. In a house, I think it would be the second floor, third floor, but it's all right.
I suppose it's just what you're used to, isn't it? Like, just a different method or something. It's going to be weird to you.
Yeah.
But Europe is right. US are wrong. It's like the word for football. Europe's right. The US are wrong.
Turntable spinning backwards.
Is it?
Yeah. Now my turntable goes
Oh, it
clockwise.
is. Yeah, because it goes. The needle, the arm should go with the spin of the player, unless the things on the edge make it look like it's going backwards.
10 more points deducted.
Dusted.
Sometimes I pronounce my C's like S's. Oh, look, I can unplug her stupid Hoover. Haha. Successes.
Sebastian says, if you find something that doesn't make sense in the game, it's because of the ghost.
Ah. Okay.
Excuse me, can you tell me anything about this portrait?
Or maybe it's an Australian record player.
Oh, that's the twins. What a gruesome pair. Algernon and Estragon of Boffington they were. Not too long ago either. You see, they really were twins, but they hated each other's guts. Always at each other's pink throats, those two. Oh, they met a nasty end too. Drowned each other in Boffington Lake, as the story goes. Isn't that awful? That's why the lake is all closed off with fences and no trespassing either. It's because their evil spirits still linger there. They're lying in wait to pull you under the water as well.
Oh.
Keep away from Boffington Lake, sir, if you value your life.
What a horrible story. Thanks for relaying it to me.
Oh, well, if that will be all, sir.
And then she leaves. Oh, good riddance. There's something on the table.
What is this?
Yeah, I wish I took notes as well, actually.
I've forgotten everything entirely.
Yeah, I've forgotten quite a lot.
There's no notes in my journal? You scoundrel. I've gotten so used to games just telling me everything I need to know. I haven't even thought about them lately. Like, what was the last game I just played?
Oh, but the ghost puzzle. That's the point where I realised I should be taking notes about the people in the portraits and information you pick up about them. But I think I might be too far in. Old school gaming notes and drawing maps. Yeah. I played a game well, I say recently, but 6 months ago. The Payne's Creek Killings, which is on PC, and you have to take loads of notes of that, which is kind of cool. It's like an investigating game.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that. Pages of notes.
Ella's up to.
Ella. Umbrella Ella.
And that's how Mr. George discovered that everyone was involved in the murder on the Catland Express.
Oh, Mr. Big Detective, would you care to join us for a cup of tea?
The Orient Express reference.
I don't mind if I do.
Well, Mr. George, what is the state of affairs?
Lady Buffington, there is something you should know.
Rank frauds. No. Tab list.
Nothing.
I don't know if you've already noticed, there is some clanking in the downstairs corridors at night. Apparently the valet and the foot duck were up to some strange shenanigans involving a secret club of some kind. It requires them to do a lot of fencing. Just a heads up.
You grass them in.
Oh, so that's the
Oh
reason
my
for the
God.
night noises. I'm rather disappointed.
Snitches get stitches.
I've been told it was a spooky ghost. But servants involved into a secret fencing club is almost as good. I hope they enjoy themselves. Servant life seems so dull if you consider it.
Let's just hope they're not planning an uprising. We might all be stabbed in our beds.
Wow. He's not paranoid, that's for
How
sure.
interesting. Anything else, Mr. George?
Yes, about that, Miss Ella. I need your help.
You're very late for your rendezvous with Mr. Happy. He said you were meeting him in the woods at the lake. You know how to get there, right?
I need a
To the
lamp.
left of the labyrinth.
Thank you. That's a very good idea. I might just do that.
Lamp.
Labyrinth.
By the way, there's another thing to find in here with your magnifying glass.
I need a lamp. There's nothing in here for my magnifying glass.
Yes, there is.
Oh, that?
What's this?
20 seconds behind.
A wooden trinket box.
Mr. Big Detective, please
Oh,
be
well,
careful
actually,
with
it isn't
that
that, but there is something
belonged
else
to
as
my
well.
great aunt Cynthia.
Just
She met with
open your
a
own.
tragic end, I understand. That music box was her favorite thing.
Okay, music box.
Please
Cynthia's.
don't break it.
Don't break it. Cool. Cool. Alright, perfect. Cool. I already checked the bathrooms. Am I that dense?
No, this one's quite. It's a bit more hidden.
It's hidden?
Kind of, yes. I want to oh yeah, see if you can work out. I think he's gonna give up in there.
Gotta open a drawer.
You should see like a thingy, yeah, that should see glow. Get to the right place.
Okay. Only thing I seen glow is the handle. Over here.
Actually, there's two places you can find this.
Flush.
Always flash. Sorry about that.
And the door. And the jewelry box. Nope.
Nope. Okay.
See nothing.
Okay.
I need to find a key for the garage.
Where was that? Find that. The one which went past halfway down the stairs is dangerous.
I'm sorry, sir,
Pointy
but I
beacon.
cannot let you go outside. Constable
on his
Kent
eye
said
out with that
everyone
thing.
needs to stay in the house until the investigation is concluded.
I wonder who has the key for the garage.
That one maid housekeeper.
I'm saying nothing.
My thinking spot. You made the washroom the thinking spot just so you could make sure that it was a spot that wouldn't change at all during the game, right? Servants' hall.
What's this?
This is where the bell rings when you pull the strings. The white
Right.
attic. I wonder where that one goes. One for the parlor, one for the billiard room. Odd, I thought the parlor was the billiard room.
About this bell system.
Yes?
I see there used to be a billiard room.
Used to be. Now it's the kitchen. Very uncomfortable for Cook to be in that part of the house. But that's what his lordship, Mr. Reginald, wanted. He needed the old kitchen to be his own workshop, so the billiard table had to go. I don't mind personally. One less bell to listen for.
Old kitchen?
Yes, the old kitchen, just next door. Don't go in there. It's full of Mr. Reginald's tools and private things. No, never mind. It's locked anyway.
How very interesting.
Is there anything else?
I am very interested.
What exactly is the white
Locked
attic?
doors.
The White Attic? You're talking to the wrong duck. That was before my time. There used to be a room up there for some distant relation or another, but not anymore. The bell goes off sometimes, but Mrs. Honey tells us not to mind it. It must be a ghost or something.
Lots of ghosts in this house.
How very interesting.
It is funny seeing how much stuff I miss all the time. Wait, what did that clock say? It's now 2:30.
Dentist appointment.
2:30. Diggins.
Stop bothering me.
Stop bothering Diggins. Okay.
Always investigate every room with care. Yeah.
Cook. Mrs. Honey.
Seb, what's the total amount of what's the max amount of detective points you can find? I see someone with 43 on the scoreboard.
Oh my goodness. The silver room. You
Oh,
got the
it's you again.
Where can I find a torch again?
Oh my
You
gosh.
should really try the garage. Most of practical stuff is down there. Anything else?
I got no key.
I'm just detectiving around.
No.
Don't mind me.
But as Sebastian said, I wonder who has the key for the garage. 42. Right. So 43 could be the max then.
I thought she had a ring of keys, but it's just a pendant. Oh, duh, the valet.
Like, duh.
So this is where the garage is. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Where is that room? This is the washroom. Cook. Maid. Servants' hall. It's kind of weird seeing him dressed up for dinner the whole game. Wait, where is that guy's room? Oh, it's up in the attic.
Sebastian is your guide.
In my muse. Squeaky
Gently
steps.
nudging you in the right direction. With a pointy stick.
March! This is... Oh. Servants uniform. Okay. Yeah, it's up here somewhere. I just forget which room it was exactly. Here we go. There's the key. Yoink. Ah, I knew we'd get there.
I mean, Sebastian did give you a clue about 15 minutes ago.
No, he didn't.
With his pointy stick.
He was wondering because he didn't know.
I
wonder who his room that was. See?
Yeah.
Always with the apostrophes.
Yeah. You always going at me when I get who's and who is wrong. You're a little bitch, you know.
Where am I? Now I need to find the garage again.
What's this?
Screw that, Donnie's a little bitch.
Have I been in this room before?
Yeah.
Figment of fantasy.
Doesn't tell me anything new.
Oh, I have been in here. I just didn't realize that statue.
Hold on.
I remember this one. Oh, mismatched armor. Stupid hammer and shield. Oh, gosh. Alright, this way. I wonder whose room that was. You mean the valet's room? Or the... Must be in the valet. The chauffeur, yeah, I know who the chauffeur is, don't I? So, the guy that picks me up from the gas station.
Seems I can't open this without a key.
Alright, gotta do everything. Finally, something in my inventory gets used. Hours into the game. Investigate. I need a lamp.
What's this? Most interesting.
A whole can full of petrol. Who can use it for cars and other things with motors? Oh, you can. Yeah, I know that. It's a turtle.
What's this?
The lamp. A portable lamp, very essential in a house with frequent power outages. Also good for outside use. Anything else? No? Let's go outside. I wonder what he wanted a towel for. Dry off after getting out of the rain, maybe?
The umbrella's full. Keep it dry.
Oh wait, maybe I need to go this way. ya. Look at me go!
He's free.
His feet would still get drenched. This way first. I don't know which way to go. Oh god, it's a maze. Oh, it's a labyrinth. Oh, let the pig out. God freaking Christ.
Let the pig out.
Forget which way to go. Mulberry bush.
Well, you've got something to help you. On there.
Seb.
No. Actually, some.
Seb.
Your... Oh, did you? Did you pick up the map?
No, I just looked
For
at
this?
it.
Oh, okay. You can actually pick it up.
Oh, nice.
Oh well.
Seems like a very simple map.
Okay. Alright. Let's see ya.
Does he have the map? No, he doesn't have the map.
No.
I committed it to memory.
You've already gone the wrong way.
I'm not trying to go the right way yet. I'm just looking around.
In fact, when I had the map, I went all the wrong ways anyway, just to see if anything get this secret.
There's no magnifying glass in here.
Nope. Till you get to the center.
I like the lamp hanging off the umbrella hook. Very practical.
Yes. What's he doing the other end? Ooh. Ooh, did you see that?
I seen it. I seen it.
You will die in the labyrinth.
Can you die in the labyrinth? I guess I already did die once. That ain't so bad.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
We will find out, I suppose.
A plus C. Vandals. What's it say? What does it say? The old inn. Ooh. So I have to do.
Does that A plus C mean anything to you? You remember reading a note earlier, no? Don't think the note might be in your possession. Maybe not. I thought you'd pick it up.
A plus C.
I think it's just it's a clue for working out the ghost thing. I'd like Uzu and all the different clues. Oh, it's this part on the map, Seb, there's a gap here which isn't on the actual map. What you just... Donnie just went through about 10 seconds ago. 15 seconds ago, whatever the lag is.
Well, I'm making progress to some which way. Is it this way? Inaccurate map. Inaccurate map. Whoop whoop. I think I made it. Oh shit!
Trying to find the little Easter egg in there.
What was that? Easter egg? No.
Didn't care about Easter egg. Okay. Fun. You can never be part of the Explorers Club.
Oh, very well.
You actually going back? When you go back into the maze, go left and just follow it all the way around.
Jeez. This is all your fault, Seb. Put things in your game that you have to go all the way around to find.
That's a please when I find it.
As long as it's something.
Here's Johnny.
Oh my god. That's funny. As long as it's a something and not just leaving my stream with nothing.
And now you can carry on now. Wasn't that worth it?
That's it?
Yeah, that's it. I think, unless there's something else I missed. I don't know.
And you can cut your way through the maze. Sounds like my fault. What did I do? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot Sean made this game, right? It's all Sean's fault. Oh, I forgot how to run too, so I guess that's my fault.
Oh, when you say Sean, was that
Jolly old Nick.
Jolly old Nick, Sean. Yes, made it in a week for the weekly challenge.
Yeah, I can't believe how much he did in a week. The olden. How long? 10 hours or something? This is a nice set.
Oh, this must be the old inn that Miss Parker told me about.
Do you think the old inn was built recently?
Yeah. Yeah, it was because of the tourism spike.
Good evening.
Whoa. Young man, would you be quiet? These machines are very sensible.
You're starting to catch up
They
with me
pick
now, where
up
I am.
even the tiniest little noise.
These 4 hours I've been watching you, I could have been playing, I could have completed it by now.
Is this where you got to?
Oh, sorry.
No, a bit further. Not far, not
Again,
much further.
You are an annoying fellow, aren't you? Are you a ghost hunter as well? You don't look like a ghost hunter.
Maybe a ghost hunter.
I'm more of a ghost investigator. I'm pig investor, pig detective.
My name is Pinkerton. I'm a ghost hunter.
What do you actually do as a ghost hunter? Do you actually catch ghosts?
Energy, piece of craft. What's happening?
Catch ghosts? Are you mad? Ghosts are dangerous and very elusive.
Energy, go
I've
to
never
sleep.
seen one in my entire life. But I'm trying to hear one right now.
That's an order.
Hence the machine.
Is this killed?
What I'm trying
This has
to
to be
do
killed.
is record the ghostly sounds of Wienerwald Woods. Wienerwald Woods is famous for a very wily ghost that haunts it. I think I heard it howl over here a minute ago.
Has to be.
Now, would you mind shutting up and let me listen in peace?
Yeah. You first. Christ. Alright.
I haven't worked out how to move him out of the way yet. Because I think you need to move him to get into the cellar behind him.
I see. Oh, goodness. Look at this. Now the clock says it is... It's still 2:30.
Time stands still.
Welcome
Right,
to the
I gotta
Walking
go.
Errands,
I'm gonna go to
sir.
bed.
How can I
It's
help
12:15 now.
Alright, man. Thanks for...
I'm surprised Sebastian and still up actually.
Pushing me through all this.
Good, you should help.
I was asking you. Huh? Oh. Oh no. I don't know what chat's talking about.
Is off now anyway. See you later.
Night.
Good night. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Don't go too far. You can't finish it before me. It's not allowed.
Alright.
Anyway, yeah, good night. And good night everyone in chat. See you later. Bye.
Bye. Play for another hour or so.
What is a Walpoltinger?
A Walpoltinger is a mythical beast that inhabits the forest back in our home country. This inn used to be called Ye Old Inn, but we renamed it when the ghost started to haunt Wienerwald Woods.
Hold on a minute. I know this voice too. This is Intra.
You rent out rooms here, I assume?
Yeah, we rent rooms to all travelers and strangers. But all the rooms are taken at the moment.
I see. Can you tell me anything about your guest?
Oh. Supposed to know these names? I know
Mr. Pinkerton hails from Babeltown. He is a famous ghost hunter. He is here to capture evidence of the ghost that haunts Wienerwald Woods. He is usually outside with his sound equipment, hoping to record the gruesome sounds that the ghost makes.
I see. Can you tell me anything about your guest?
Mr. Alfred Bussard is a lawyer from Bigtown. He is here to help the new Lady Buffington manage her estate. He has our only single room. We have not seen him since his arrival. He is probably busy with paperwork.
I see. Can you tell me anything about your guest?
Oh man. Exposition dump.
Billy the Beak. I'm afraid I don't know much about him. He's just passing through. Didn't say where from, didn't say where to. Funny name for a bird. The Beak.
The Beak.
I see. Can you tell me anything about your guest?
Magnus. Magnus? Yeah, Magnus.
Dr. Krawinkel is not a real doctor. He is some sort of scientist from Babeltown. He and the old Lord Buffington were great friends. They went on an expedition to the Ice Bowl together several years ago. The poor doctor is very distracted about his friend's death. He has gone out for a walk earlier this evening and has not returned yet.
I see. Can you tell me anything about your guest?
That sparkly bird over there is Jay Blues. He says he's going to be a famous musician someday. For now, he is poor. We are giving him room and board, and in exchange, he entertains our guests. You can ask him for a song if you like.
I see. Can you tell me anything about your guest?
Your guest.
Well, thank you for your patience.
Wow. Schnitzel with noodles and crisp apple strudels. And bright paper packages tied up with string.
Hello, stranger. Welcome to the Wolpertinger Inn, the most haunted inn of Wienerwald Woods. How can I help you?
These are a few of my favorite things. Alright, I'm gonna order schnitzel.
I see you have schnitzel
Big
with
noodles.
noodles on the menu.
We serve the best schnitzel east and west of the Black Forest. They are not cheap, though.
Do I have any
I'm
money?
afraid I don't have any money on me.
No
no
money!
no schnitzel.
No money, no honey. God dang it. Information. That's free, right?
I've heard rumors about a beast that's loose in Wienerwald Woods.
Wolfgang, there's a stranger here who was asking about the beast of Buffington.
Johann, what are you yelling about this time?
The beast of Buffington, Wolfgang. This stranger is asking about the beast of Buffington.
The Beast of Buffington? Nobody cares for the Beast of Buffington. It's total humbug. There is no Beast of Buffington.
Beasts are bad for business, you see. They drive away customers.
I see. Thank you.
Donnie worried me a lot. I had to go back and check the VOD. Which VOD? Alright, so he's denying the ghosts and the beasts.
The inn is haunted? Like, by a ghost?
Wolfgang, there's a stranger here who was asking about a ghost.
Johann, what is all the yelling about?
The ghost, Wolfgang. The stranger is asking about the ghost.
The ghost? You mean he does not know about the ghost? The Wolpertinger Inn is famous for the ghost.
Okay, explain,
Well, can you
please.
explain the ghost? I'm not from around here. I'm from Big Town.
Big Town? Are you saying our ghost is not famous in Big Town? That is a scandal.
It's a scandal.
After all the work Alfred has done advertising, we were hoping the ghost would be more famous.
I will tell you about the ghost. It is the ghost of Ebenezer of Buffington, a very rich flamingo gentleman, hundreds of years ago. Rich, but also very stingy.
Very stingy.
When he died,
That's how that
he
works out.
buried all of his money. People came from all over the country to hunt for the treasure. Our grandparents built this inn, so the treasure hunters had a place to eat and sleep. Nobody found the treasure and they stopped looking, but Ebenezer of Buffington did not like that. So he turned into a ghost and haunts the woods, looking for the buried
turned into
treasure
a ghost.
himself. He screams and howls a lot. Did you not hear the screams and howls on your way here?
A ghost looking for the treasure he buried in his lifetime? How very plausible. Thank you for this entertaining story.
Alright, well I don't have money for food, so I guess I'm good.
I'm fine for now.
He decided to turn into one, yeah. Just...
Another stranger. Are you here to see the ghost? Have you served?
Have you served? Yes, I have.
Have I served? Drinks, do you mean? I don't work here. I'm pig detective.
Drinks? Drinks, he says. In the army. Have you served in the army?
I try to forget about that. I was in the Great War. Can we not talk about this?
Well, the Great War. That's something. I was in the War of 1888. Served under General William von Buffington. Those were the days. They say war never changes. But I disagree. War was very, very different back then.
I agree. War never changes. What a stupid thing to say.
Yeah, back then we all fought with Rochambeau and Hopscotch.
Speaking of General Wilhelm von Boffington, I've reason to believe his ghost is haunting Boffington Hall on account of his having died in a duel in the woods around here.
Wilhelm von Boffington died in a duel? Whoever told you such nonsense? Old Willie was a pacifist after the war. The war can do that to people. You know, wars are awful things. Anyway, he hung his saber up and spent his days peacefully abroad in a little cottage, reading poetry and feeding the ducks. That's his saber up there, if you don't believe me.
Thank you. This was a very enlightening conversation.
There's a sword. It proves everything I said is true. Whoa. The Blues brother.
Yes, I'm still holding. My name is Jay Blues. Mr. Scrumptley, our connection keeps breaking up. We've been interrupted again. I wasn't finished singing my song for my girlfriend, Flora Boffington.
Oh, I remember him.
Boffy, if you can hear me, I'm sorry for what I've done. Won't you please come back to me? Hello, Mr. Scrumptley. Are you there? Disconnected again. Dash that ring.
That's a really intricate outfit.
Good evening. Are you in the mood for a song? I'm earning my room and board here by entertaining the guests with a bit of music.
Spare me.
I'd like to hear a song.
Now that's what I like to hear. Now this is my latest song. I wrote it for my girlfriend, Flora Boffington. We had a bit of a fight and she left me, but I really hope that she'll come back.
Adorned in ruby reds and pearls.
Run away. Staff only.
Seems I can't open this without a key.
What the? Where from of blue?
I beg your pardon?
From blue.
Is someone on the loo? They're dangerous. I need the baseball bat. Well, if you say so.
Ninja McWiz. Ninja. Is he still in here? No. Hey! It's The Last of Us. Alright, well. Investigate, I guess.
What's this?
One bird properly knocked out with a baseball bat. William Bukowski, hailing from Big Town. What a mouthful of a name. He probably just goes by Billy. Billy Bukowski. Or Billy the Bee.
I'm sorry, I can't understand a word you're saying. I'd better take that sock out of your mouth.
Funny guy.
Ah, what a clout. Are you a professional baseball player?
I'm Pig Detective.
I'm afraid not. I'm Pig Detective.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you just the same. I'm Alfred Buzzard, from Legal Eagles in Big Town. Lawyer by profession. I'm here to help the new Lady Boffington to find her footing, now that the old lord has passed away. I must go to Boffington Hall directly. They must be expecting me with great impatience.
Who's that guy?
Who's the guy on the loo? You know, the one I just hit over the head with a baseball bat.
The guy on the loo? I haven't the faintest idea who he is. But he is some sort of shady criminal. That's for sure. He was lying in wait for me. I'm ashamed to say he overpowered me quite easily the second I walked into this room.
What peculiar behavior. Do you know what he wanted to achieve with that?
I am completely in the dark. He didn't take any of my valuables, and he never said a word. My best guess is someone wanted to confine me to this room for sinister reasons that are not yet known.
Yes, but... Well, your partner, Mr. Blind, has certainly not been doing a good job in your absence.
My partner? Mr. Blind? There is no Mr. Blind working for Legal Eagles in Big Town. You have been imposed upon. Who is this Mr. Blind of yours? I need to speak to Lady Boffington immediately.
Yes, but... Why are you staying at the inn and not at Boffington Hall like the other guests?
Why am I staying at this inn? I love this inn. They make the best schnitzel with noodles and the most crisp apple strudels. I always stay here when I have work to do at Boffington Hall.
Aren't you afraid of the ghost? The ghost that haunts Vinevold Woods?
The ghost? I'm not afraid of no ghost.
I ain't afraid of no
But
ghost.
now I really must go to Boffington Hall directly. The heiress of the estate is bound to be completely helpless without me. Good day to you, sir.
Alright, all of the Holiday Inns and Motel 6s better take note. You get those schnitzels on. Business will be booming. What the... I'm chalking that up to poltergeist. Alright, washroom, what's going on here? A real Buffington family lawyer has been held captive in his room at the Wappletinger Inn. Now he's just staying there at his own free will. Imposed upon? That's illegal. Oh, there's no sink in here. Ooh. Very rustic inn. I call it a little bit unhygienic. There's no sink anywhere in here. Gonna handle those schnitzel with noodles with fresh apple strudels without washing your hands? I'm gone, baby. Solid gone. Alright. So where'd that other guy go? Bear Story out now. Bear Story 15, isn't it? Shows how
I'm
long
not
this
going
game's been
any
in
further.
development.
It is dark and it is raining. I should go back to the inn.
Oh, okay. That makes my job easier.
I'm not walking all the way to Big Town. It's way too far. The way back is always much shorter because you know where you're going.
Oh, fast travel. Ooh. Don't want to go back yet. I want to go this way. Up the path.
What's this?
Old dual oak. A plaque pointing out that this is the dual oak. There must have been duels fought here. How astute. So... no ghost.
What do we have here?
Travel to Buffington Park. Is this the front entrance? Neato. What's this? Oh, it's the garden. I forgot there was an exit here.
Aha, my trusted colleague. How is the case going? The current state of affairs is this. Mr. Robert M. Blind faked a ghost and then mysteriously disappeared. Do you have any new information for me?
The strangest thing happened. Mr. Blind, the lawyer who disappeared, might not be the lawyer of the Buffington family at all. I met a Mr. Buzzard who is staying at the inn in the woods, and he seems to be the genuine family lawyer from Legal Eagles in Big Town.
I could have told you that. Mr. Buzzard has been handling the Buffington's affairs for years. So this Mr. Blind is an imposter then? He needs to be brought to justice.
Yeah.
Do you have any new information to impart?
I'm afraid that is all for the moment. I will return as soon as I learn anything new.
Good job, good job. Please keep investigating. In the meantime, I'll have another cup of tea.
Okay. Servant for that. I need to figure out how to find what happened to...
I'm sorry, sir, but I cannot
Mr.
let you go outside. Constable Cat.
Can I ask why you have a dangerous weapon in your room?
Oh no, you found my saber? The valet keeps telling me not to let it lie around like that. I hope you can keep a secret. We are members of a secret society, you see, and we have to practice fighting for the Day of the Duck. That's a very important day for us ducks. Please don't tell Dickens about it, or her ladyship. The valet says they wouldn't like it at all.
So it's not actually ghosts who are responsible for the fencing noises at night? It's you?
Your quarter's out, sir. Please don't tell anyone. They'll forbid it for sure, and we wouldn't like to be unprepared when the day of the duck comes. Anates de super, sir.
I already told her that she wasn't all that miffed about it either. Alright, I need to find out what happened to this dude. Johnny Piscotti! Does your house look like this, Seb? Wouldn't doubt it.
Excuse me, what are you doing in here?
What am I doing in here? What are you doing in here? This isn't your room. This is Mr. Blind's room. Blind is the Boffington family lawyer. He is here to get the Boffington family affairs in order. Is that why you're snooping around in here? Are you interested in the Boffington family affairs to an unduly extent?
Sheesh. Pot kettle much. I'm enjoying my free weekend.
Actually, I was just trying to enjoy my weekend here. I was drawn into the case of the disappearing lawyer quite by accident.
How very interesting. And what have you found so far?
Don't share
I'm
nothing.
not comfortable sharing any information with you at this point.
Not comfortable sharing any information with me? But why not? Do I not seem trustworthy to you?
Oh, sure, sure. I just feel like you might know all the stuff I know. I don't want to ruin it
Flora
for you.
Boffington thinks I'm very trustworthy. She is my girlfriend, you know, and just between us, I wouldn't mind marrying her too.
Such a naturally grumpy-sounding voice actor.
She has everything a bird can desire. Good looks, riches, servants.
Has a very sharp tone.
But I don't want to be in your way here. If you need to search this room for your investigation, be my guest. Dirty little snoop.
Yes. Be gone with you. Oh, search his stuff. Whatever he was looking at.
What's this? Well, most interesting. Interesting. What's this?
Okay, real estate bill of sale. Generic law textbook. No time to read all this. It is a ready-made bill of sale for the Boffington Hall estate. But Lady Boffington never showed any interest in selling the house. Especially not for the nominal sum of $1. What is going on here? Okay. I can see that I'm gonna have to investigate this whole house again. Anything new on my big picture? No.
You're just joining us. You're listening to Venavolt AM Radio. I'm your host, Chester Fount Scrumply, bringing you the very best and latest. Here's
Let's see. Let's take a look at my to-do list. Whoa, 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 wait, what? Aha. I saw that earlier. A ladder.
It's locked.
It's locked. Bully.
It's locked.
Also locked. Find Mr. Blind, return the figurine. Where is that first floor? I remember Mr. Vane throwing the figurine at me, but I don't remember what room he was in.
It's locked.
What are your objectives? Yeah. I'll ask Ella.
But what a hair-raising tale, Mr. Buzzard. You live a very dangerous and interesting life. Oh, Mr. Big
Look at her
Detective.
bag.
Mr. Buzzard here has just told us about his adventures. Being assaulted by a criminal and tied up in his bed, and how you took a sock out of his mouth. You are both such heroes.
Yes, it's been a very exciting
Heroes.
night. I am glad you are now reunited with your proper lawyer. I'm sure he'll be a great help to you in managing your affairs, unlike that Mr. Blind.
Would you care to join us for a cup of tea?
Oh, that was that
Don't
room?
mind if I do.
How interesting. Well, I need a key, I guess.
Well, Mr. George, what is the state of affairs?
Yes, about that, Miss Ella. I need your help.
You're very late for your rendezvous with Mr. Happy. He said you were meeting him in the woods at the lake. You know how to get
Oh,
there,
yeah,
right?
Mr. Happy.
Turn left at the labyrinth.
Thank you. That's a very good idea. I might just do that.
I guess this is where we'll be.
If you're just joining us, you're listening to Vinavolt AM Radio. I'm your host, Chester Fat Scrumply, bringing you the very best and latest hits.
I'm sorry, sir, but I cannot let you go outside. Constable Cat said everyone needs to stay in the house until the investigation is concluded.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I'll definitely respect Constable Cat. Stay right inside then. Right? Right. left at the labyrinth. What is this? Ice house.
Most interesting.
These shelves appear to be completely empty. And those are empty as well. There's not a single cube of ice left in the entire ice house. Except for these cubes.
What is this?
Oh. Slimy and tentacly. Is it an egg? Ooh. And there's some supernatural deal here. Let's see if I can use this crowbar.
I can't use that here.
I like the reverb. Alright. Can't use nothing anywhere, I guess. Do not enter danger of drowning. Buffington Lake.
What do we have here?
The sign says do not enter. Well, you can't as long as the sign is in the way. Well, move it out of the way. What's this way? What's this way, I wonder?
There you are, old hoss. Excellent timing.
Oh, it's all
I picked
trigger
up a
happy.
strange track leading into the marshes. Can't follow it properly, though, toting this big gun around. That's where you come in. I'll do the tracking, you'll do the toting. That suit you, Pinky Fingers?
Great. No. Haha.
My old spare hat looks mighty good on you, partner. And it'll keep all the rain off you. All right, let's hunt some beast. All this rain reminds me of something that happened to me back in Old Town when I was a young and dashing rooster. Watch that puddle.
Aw,
I was visiting
it
with
got
an old
wet.
friend of mine who was getting married, but his lady friend had a very annoying beast problem in her house. Oops, mudslide.
Mighty.
Unfortunately, she died and the beast escaped. So we had to hunt it across all the old continent. By train, by horse, by foot, you name it. Slippery stones ahead.
Slip.
After a very exciting hunt, we finally arrived at the lair of the beast, a mighty old castle on a hill. There was a showdown, but unfortunately my mind is really foggy as to what happened exactly. Hole in the ground here.
Oh,
In the end, love conquered all, and the beast was slain somehow. Although I can't say I was the one to slay it. Very unsatisfying outcome. I hate that. That's why I'm not going to let this beast here slip through my fingers like that. No, sir. Speaking of which, I can almost smell it now. We must be getting near its lair. You look a right mess, Pinky Fingers. I thought I told you to watch out for all
thanks
that
for
mud
notice.
out there. Okay, this is it. We're sneaking up on the lair of the beast. You stay behind me with that gun now. Don't shoot unless I explicitly tell you to. You got that?
Oh, nice.
I'm not shooting this gun. Mr. Happy explicitly told me not to.
Would you look at that? There are stinking eggs all over the place. Looks like our beast got to procreate.
And look at all these half-eaten pineapples. So this is where Mr. McTurpin's prize fruit ended up. You will be so sad to hear this.
Here, some of these
Mystery
eggs are
solved.
hatched. And what's this? There's a dead duck down here. Look, I wonder who did this.
That's the duck from the gas station. His name is Dankward. How could he be dead? He seemed completely fine earlier this evening.
How? Well, our beast is certainly not fooling around, my friend. It means business. Deadly business. But here's another one. This one looks like it might still be alive.
Ah.
Why, that's Mr. Blind, Lady
Mr.
Buffington's
Blind.
lawyer. So that's what happened to him. The beast broke into his room, attacked him, and carried him off. What a terrible thing to happen.
You're right. That's Mr. Blind. I recognize him too. Lawyers, eh? Tough as weeds. Right. I'll try to get him out of there. It's the beast! Shoot, partner! Shoot it now!
Oh my god. Whoa.
That was a close escape. Not thanks to you, old hoss. Where'd you
Well.
learn to shoot anyway?
Nowhere.
I never fired a shotgun in my life.
Give me that shotgun. You're not getting that back before you've had some proper shooting lessons. Here's my trusty revolver. Cover our retreat with that. Let's take a moment to regroup here.
Regroup?
Now, what do we have here?
Cheese.
Well, would you look at that? Didn't think I'd catch something this big in my old cheese trap.
Old cheese trap.
A lair full of eggs in the abandoned cabin. Horrible beasts that kidnap folk right out of Buffington Hall. Well, that is about the wildest story I have heard about Wienerwald Woods yet, gentlemen. And I have been the gamekeeper here for old Lord Reginald and his father long before him.
About those
What can you tell us
beasts?
about the famous beast of Buffington? You are the gamekeeper after all. If anyone knows what's in these woods, it ought to be you, Mr.
Foglump, sir. Fergus Foglump. And I believe I cannot tell you very much. If you ask me, this whole beast thing is nothing but a hoax. I patrol Wienerwald Woods on the regular, and I've never met any dangerous beasts, save maybe a squirrel or two. Anyway, You're welcome to sit here for a while and recover from all the excitement before you go back to the big house. I can make you some eggs if you want.
Ah, we're fine here, old hoss. We're fine. Why don't you fry some up for our old Mr. Blind, though? He needs to get something warm in his belly after all he's been through.
There's something foul about this, Pinky Fingers. Why does our friend Foglump here set such elaborate traps if there's nothing wrong in the woods? I'll stay downstairs and keep an eye on him. You explore the house. That's more up your alley than mine.
Who's the investigator around here?
What's this?
A fish mounted on the wall. I expected to sing next.
Doesn't tell me anything new.
Big Mouth Billy Bass. Downstairs or upstairs? Whoa. Oh, it's Mr. Blind.
What do we have here?
So, Mr. Foglump rejoices in landscape painting. Gamekeeping must be a relaxed profession.
I don't think this is a clue. Most interesting.
What is this? A box or a puzzle? It's a mini game. Okie dokie. Aha. I finally found a key after 20 hours.
What else can I do? You know? Oh, it's the same old for me.
Where does this
Cook the
key go
bread,
to?
eat the toast.
Don't worry about me, partner. I'm keeping myself entertained. Found some fascinating reading material. Did you know folks can practice their shooting here? Mr. Foglump himself oversees the Clay Pineapple shooting range. I hope it's better than the one we have back in Cowboy Town. That's one heck of a crooked game, if you ask me.
Seems I can't open this without a key.
My beloved key is gone already.
What's this?
The cages appear to be empty, but for some fish bones.
Well, most interesting.
A barrel full of fish and not too fresh.
How interesting.
Clay pineapples and a contraption to throw them with. This must be for the clay pineapple shooting range. Must be.
You, slimy. I wonder who fancies such a rotten fish.
Oh, not as empty as you thought.
Well, it serves you right, sir, for snooping around in folks' basements without permission. And that's all I've got to say about that.
Alright, you're gonna have to do better than that, Mr. Gamekeeper. That is some dangerous game you're keeping in your basement. The least you can do is tell us why.
Well, I'd honestly rather not. But Sidge insists. It's an agreement old Lord Reginald and I had when he was alive. The beasts you see here are not natural to Wienerwald Woods. They were Mr. Reginald's secret. I don't know what he was doing with them in his lab up at the big house, but sometimes he did it wrong and they escaped. When that happened, his lordship was counting on me to catch the beasts, you see. He would take them off my hands now and again too.
Ugh. It's the island of Dr. Moreau.
Now his lordship is gone, and the beasts kind of pile up on me. I don't know what to do with them if I'm being honest. I keep catching more every day and the cages are filling up. What if I catch more tomorrow?
Well, that old hut is full of eggs, and most of them have already hatched. So it seems you have a big problem on your hands, my friend. But fear not, we're here to assist you with that. There's nothing I like better than a big old hunt. Are you with me, Pinky Fingers?
Are you
Hunt
mad?
those beasts? Me? I've never fired a shotgun before today in my life.
Well, we'll have to remedy that situation, of course. You need to be taught some real shooting, my friend. How about we fire up that clay pineapple machine of yours, Mr. Foglump?
I'll get the machine from the basement. You wait for me out on the pier.
Hooray!
Hooray.
All right now, partner. Why don't you try putting that there shotgun up against your shoulder and see how she feels? When you're ready, our good friend Mr. Foglump over there will fire a couple of targets up for you.
Will it ever stop raining? What do we have?
All right now. Just to start, let's see if you can shoot down 3 of these flying pineapples. All you gotta do is point and pull the trigger.
Put it away.
Nice and easy. Take your time.
Oh man, I think.
Now,
Far
shotgun's only got 2 rounds, so you best reload quick. Don't sweat it now. Nice hit. All right. Now that's the start. Now, let's up the ante a bit. This time, let's see if you can knock 6 of them out of the sky.
Oh. Okay.
Put it away.
So close. And a pig. Right on the money. That's okay. Great now. Shot. So close. And a pig. Nice hit. Nice and easy. Take your time. Ooh, doggy, now that's what I call shooting. I think you're ready for a real challenge now. We'll launch 10 pineapples and only 10 pineapples into the air. Let's see how many you can hit. Be quick on the reloads now. We're not going to wait for you.
Chris Pratt.
Away. Bullseye. Ooh, just a bit wide. Nice and easy. Take your time. Atta pig. Ooh, just a bit wide. Nice and easy. Take your time. Ooh, just a bit wide. That's okay now. Bullseye.
Well, I hit 3 of them.
Not bad for a first timer. Better luck next time. What do you say, pink fella? Enough shooting practice for today? You want to head back? Nice hit.
Hey,
So
head
close.
back didn't work.
Right on the money. And a pig. Nice hit. Great shot. Not
Just
bad for a
reload.
first timer. Better luck next time. What do you say, pink fella? Enough shooting practice for today? You want to head back?
Reload during the text does that.
Well, that was remarkably easy.
Alright. Where'd he go?
Can't you hang around somewhere else, sir?
My partner took his hat back. Uh-oh. Did he go back to the big house? Oh, that's the ice zone. I'm guessing he's outside somewhere. We're supposed to be hunting beasts.
If you're just joining us, you're listening to Vault AM Radio. I'm your host, Chester Fount. Scrumply, bringing you the very best and latest.
I'll tell Mr. Turpentine what's happened to his...
It's the famous pig detective again. Have you found out what happened to my poor pineapples?
The investigation is ongoing. So far, I can tell you, something seems to have escaped from... It is possible. I'm afraid it's been... Whatever it was that I discovered, there were traces of... that's all I got.
What a strange and confusing story, Mr. Pig Detective, sir. What is the world coming to? I ask you, what is the world coming to?
Okay, I guess I'm not going to tell Turpin anything. Oh no. You told him about the cabin and such. Did I? Alright.
I like signposts.
What happened to Trigger Happy? Is he going to make me shoot Alton pineapples? It's not the Beast of Buffington, it's beasts, plural. The gamekeeper is trying to keep them in check, but can he? It's a mystery.
Can't you hang around somewhere else, sir?
I wonder if he's to the right of the maze.
What's this?
This urn looks good as new. Someone left a pipe and a pair of goggles here as well. Huh.
Interesting.
Heinrich von Boffington, 1422 to 1464. It's a sarcophagus, a stone coffin adorned with a sculpture of a dead flamingo knight. Here lies Heinrich von Boffington. Looks like the slab of stone has recently been moved. Why would somebody open a coffin? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, I got nothing. Less. It's the moment. He hath risen. Oh. Alrighty. What do we have in here?
What's
Magnifier. How odd. The sarcophagus is full of tins. Coffee tins. And now I have no more pry bar. Well, oh. Flamingo brand premium quality coffee since 1458. Damn. Flamingo brand coffee is the smoothest, full-bodiest blend of Catlin's best beans, founded in 1458 by conqueror and coffee connoisseur Heinrich von Boffington. He came for the cup, he stayed for the cuppa. We've been manufacturing our world-famous beverage for over 400 years, only thinking of our heroic founder and your enjoyment. When in Catland, kindly visit our Cafe Flamingoin for the full coffee experience. To enjoy your cup at home, place your mail order on the telephone by dialing Catland 288. Okay, okay. Do I need a cup of Catland coffee? Or do I just need this coffee? Oh my goodness, there's a thunderstorm. Whoa!
Oh, noble receptacle.
I am?
Far have I travelled to behold you, the hopefully transient abode of that most cherished friend. Reginald. Oh, Reginald, what have you done to be incarcerated thus?
Excuse me?
Excuse you? Yes. Excuses are the armor of the aimless. Ammunition to those acting with intent. What do you want with my excuses? My mission here is delicate and demands my full attention.
Huh? His umbrella. Oh. I see it. Blending in with the
Who are you?
Who are you? I? Gravinkle. They call me doctor. They call me scientist. They call me mad. They call me. What do they know?
What do they know?
I am who I am. A friend to a friend. A rescuer to him that needs salvation.
Well, I better leave you to it.
Yeah. I don't think that guy told me anything.
It must have been 3 years now that Reginald and I have parted ways. From the icy pole we return laden with our newfound knowledge to retreat to our respective ivory towers once more. Back to Babeltown to study life eternal. And you, my friend, to Buffington to contemplate the life beyond the stars. Who of us got the better deal? Time only will tell.
Okay. That was a little bit of information. Not a lot, but a little bit. You have to get dressed when you meet a lady of Buffington. Who was that voice? That voice actor. I don't know where Trigger Happy went. Should I go to my room and find him there? Only place I haven't looked. Oh, I haven't tried the front door yet. Is that a window? That just is a door. It's not the front door. Okay. Like, this is the whole back of the manor.
If you're just joining us, you're listening to Univald AM Radio. I'm your host, Chester Fat Scrumply.
I guess that makes sense. The labyrinth is in the back of the house. Alright, attic.
Looking good, George.
Alright, well, I might leave it here and continue another time. I do enjoy this game a lot. Oh, and we got a raid. J Critical, what's up? Wait a minute, Detolia, you're... Didn't you already hop in here with a raid? Can't leave now. I don't know. I need to do stuff. Yeah. Hey, how you doing? Multiple raids. You're a raider. Gotta eat. Be right back. Add guest. I wonder what that would do. All right. Yes. Beast of Buffington. Who's streaming dreams right now? Just me? No, there's a bunch of people. There's somebody here streaming dreams. Trend. I'm probably gonna raid you guys over to somebody. But they are not. There's nobody streaming that I've like met. Can you poop in this game? No, you can just flush all the toilets. Oh, there it goes. Why is the back of the toilet so high up? Well, it is European. This was before they invented the hyper turbo toilet tank that doesn't need to be elevated. Yeah. No, I was looking for my roommate, but he's not in the room. So. Yeah. It makes sense. Everything in this game makes sense. Even the ghosts and beasts and whatnot. Wouldn't it be nice if we could be in two places at once? Then I wouldn't have to stop streaming. I could go get me a food, bring it back to myself. Wouldn't it be nice if we were older? Then we wouldn't have to wait so long. Stream through remote play while I'm driving. Yes, I will do that. I want 100% remote play. Kitchen. This is locked, right?
It's not locked. Why can't I open it? Is it barred from the other side?
Barred from the other side. I never figured out what's going on with that kitchen. I've only been in the kitchen once and I don't remember the way back. Go to the billiard room door. Billiard room door. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, this should be the kitchen.
Excuse me.
Oh, what is it now?
There's a rumor about a ghost that haunts this kitchen.
A rumor? That's rich. That's no rumor. It's a hard-boiled fact. Who else but a ghost would come in here and steal my food? Everyone else knows that I give it away freely if asked politely. But I can't turn my back for a minute without something or other disappearing from my larder, or even from this very table. And who takes it away? It's a complete mystery. But if you ask me, it's that glutton Ludwig Buffington that steals my food. Couldn't get enough in life, can't get enough in death. That's rich people for you.
Oh, I don't believe
I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for the missing food.
You don't believe me? Suit yourself. I am going to my room to put my feet up now. And mark my words, the minute I'm gone, some of this stew will disappear.
I'll believe that when I see it.
You believe
I
what
haven't
you
eaten.
choose, I suppose. I'm calling it a day. Now don't touch my stew when I'm gone. It's bad enough with the ghost ransacking my kitchen every time my eye is turned.
I haven't eaten anything except for like 5 cakes.
It can't hurt to wait around a bit, I suppose. Maybe that ghost of hers will turn up. Now, where's a good place to lurk?
Lurk? Supposed to lurk? Where's my detective? Where's my detective mode? Oh. Alright, that works. Ooh. Just gonna get some stew. Is that Miss Ella? I'd spit in your stew. Well.
Who
Whoa.
goes there? Come out, whoever you are.
Oh, I didn't know she was there. I got jump scared by George. Woo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Shuffle up the stairs. Hello? What is going on? Oh snap! I saw her! Grumble, grumble, grumble. Pig detective. Who did the lighting? John Beach. Okay. We are running up the stairs. Don't lose the trail. Oh, now I get it. She can take her sweet time, but George has to barrel his way up there, or else he's left behind. Who's she taking Stu to? Apparently it's someone's secret. Definitely not Ella. It's the housemaid. Whatever her name was. Okay, this is a little tedious. Oh. What? That door was locked earlier. It's a passage? Oh crap.
Ugh.
Oh, good.
Another
You're
mystery
awake.
on our hands.
In how deeply? Those are my mother's smelling salts. They can raise the dead.
Mrs. Honey, you're the food-stealing ghost?
Oh dear. I did not think this through, it appears. I am very sorry for what I'm about to do.
Huh. Loudmouth.
Oh, what happened? Did I just dream all that?
Yeah, you just dreamed climbing up to the attic and getting knocked out. Ugh. Oh, it is open again.
A door inside a wardrobe. Will it lead to a mythical land?
She didn't lock the door behind her.
What's this?
This door has no handle, only a knocker. How extraordinary. I guess I need some soup.
Knocking is a very rhythmical activity. Knock,
Oh.
knocky, knock, 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 knock. Now, where did I hear this recently?
I see. Well, we just gave away the plot. Oh, hold up. Fail. Oh.
Huh.
Whoa. This is a big secret room, yo.
Interesting.
It's a picture postcard from the Sun Coast.
The Twins restaurant. Sounds yummy.
Dear
The
Aunt
pig
Dottie,
detective is nice.
please don't worry about us. The restaurant is a smashing success, and we aren't nearly fighting as much out here on the Sun Coast. It is far too hot for that. Please visit us soon. Love, your devoted nephews, Algernon and Estragon, the Boffington twins.
Algernon and Estragon of Boffington. Huh.
Hello?
Oh, ouch, my poor head.
What? I can't hear you. You'll have to speak up, I'm afraid. Being old is such a nuisance.
Aunt Dottie, I presume?
I'm Dorothea of Boffington. I'm sorry that I startled you. I did not expect visitors, you see. I don't get them very often.
Wow.
Nobody comes to see me these days but my dear friend Harriet, who's a housekeeper here at Boffington Hall. She brings up my meals these days. Sometimes she stays for a little chat, which is nice. Have you come for a chat?
I'm Pig Detective, and I wouldn't mind a little chat.
Okay, so what's with the secret room
Why
already?
did I have to climb into a wardrobe to get into your room?
My friend Harriet, who's a housekeeper here, says that I have to hide now that the new Lady Boffington is in residence.
Interesting.
I'm only a poor relation, you see, and the Boffingtons are under no obligation to let me stay at Boffington Hall. Harriet is so worried that the new Lady Boffington will just turn me out without a penny when she realizes I exist. So I have to hide up here and be really quiet. You won't tell anyone that you found me now, will you?
Oh.
Well,
Right.
Lady Boffington deserves to know who lives in a house, don't you think?
This is your answer after all that I have told you? I'm disappointed in you.
Disappointed.
I was just looking at the postcard from your devoted nephews.
Ah, yes, Algernon and Estragon. Such good boys. They used to fight a lot with each other, as twins do. But now they live on the Sun Coast where they opened a restaurant together and have but one heart and one soul. I would go to see them, but travel is so expensive these days, and I have no money of my own, you see.
I beg your pardon? I was under the impression that Algernon and Estragon are no longer alive. I heard that they drowned each other in the lake.
Algernon and Estragon drowned each other in the lake? Goodness, no. They are alive. It must be a joke or a prank of some sort. Oh, I know. I bet they put out the rumor that they are dead so the family would leave them alone. And then they ran off to the Sun Coast. I would run away from the Boffington family myself if I had the money. Boffingtons, as a rule, are very unpleasant people, you know. I only married into this family, so I'm the exception, you see.
You gave me quite a scare just now. I almost thought you were a ghost.
Oh, because of my veils. They are for the beekeeping, you see. Same as the smoke. I'm sorry that I startled you.
You keep bees.
Yes, I keep them and they keep me company, you see. I get a little lonely up here sometimes. This was a very nice chat, but now I am tired. I need to take a nap. Goodbye, young man.
Okay. Wow.
I think I have a little bone to pick with that housekeeper now.
Yeah, what's her deal?
Most interesting.
Oh, do I need to steal her hearing aid? Yoink. Borrowing. Bring it back. Maybe. There is a bell. This is the white attic.
I better not pull this. I don't want anyone to know I'm here snooping.
Very interesting. It's still 2:30. Huh. earlier in the game, the time was progressing. Little tiny bit at a time, but yeah.
Why can't I open it? Is it barred from the other side?
I wonder what this room is. It's all so good. Yeah. If you guys haven't played it yet, you should really check it out yourself. I still don't know where my roommate is. This is not the right room. Export this to the PlayStation Store right now. Yeah. All they have to do is update Dreams with a small update. Export mode.
What's this?
Pineapple on the head seems vaguely familiar.
I wouldn't like to meet you in a dark corner. That pineapple on your head does look spooky.
Are you talking to me, sir?
Oh. Actually, I'm talking to that portrait up there. It's a very haunting picture.
What, good old Mabel Buffington? A haunting picture?
I think it is. Just out of interest, do you think she'd have a reason to haunt this house?
Good old Mabel? Reason to haunt Buffington Hall? I wouldn't reckon so, no. And even if she did have reason, she would lack opportunity. Isn't there rules for ghosts and such things? Don't you have to, like, die a violent death and then haunt the place where you died?
Now that you put it like that, I think that's a pretty accurate summary of the conditions to haunt a place. Violent death, haunt the place where you died.
Well, if those are accepted conditions, you can rule out good old Mabel. She never died a violent death. And not at Buffington Hall, neither. She lived happily ever after on one of those sunny islands where they grow the pineapples.
Lived happily ever after. No reason to haunt. I see. Well, thank you for the uplifting information.
Happy to help.
Where the hell did he come from? I haven't seen him since we got here. Believe me, I've been looking out.
If you're just joining us, you're listening to Univald AM Radio. I'm your host, Chester Fant Scrumply, bringing you the very best and latest. Here is Eloise DuPont.
See if I have any more clues. No. All the same. Same as it ever was. If that was possible to export games, then the Pig Detective games would be a collection of 4 games to play.
What do you want from me? I've already admitted everything.
Leave it. Okay. Here's where I'll leave it then. I thank you guys for watching. It's been a fun 6 hours. I think we'll complete this game sometime. But I don't want to say when because I don't know when I can commit at this moment. I think tomorrow I'll probably be watching Pox stream. So, thanks guys. And I think I'll just have to shut her down. So, go find a dream streamer or something to check out so that we get some support for them.
Scrumply, bringing you the very best
Unless you guys want to suggest one. Is there? Who is it? Someone's streaming Pig Detective 1. I like George's humming. Ollie X Stir. Alright. I'll rate him. Let's do that. Where is the raid button these days? There it is. All right. We are doing it. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's raid.
And now we take a trip north to Paris, where we are met with the soothing tones of the Beau Bradley Ford. This is coffee and